go. Oh boy, happy Saturday, happy Saturday. Good Saturday afternoon, everybody, or morning or evening, wherever you may be. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh boy, interesting things to talk about today. This could be either super interesting or super problematic. We'll see which way it goes. But you know, if you watch for any period of time, you know I don't shy away from talking about things that could get me in a lot of trouble, right? It's the way it is. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be. I'm on the east coast of the U.S., so it's just 12 noon. It's just afternoon here. If you're somewhere in the west of here, it's morning for you. And if you're somewhere east of me, it's probably afternoon or evening. What is the subject today? Today we're going to talk about the word RACE and what it means culturally. I don't even know if you can say the word on TikTok or not. Never said it before. But I thought that might be an interesting subject. It's going to be one of many, obviously. I always talk about a lot of things, but it'll be one we're going to talk about. I'm not going to bring it up right away. The reason is I want to let some people filter in, and hopefully we can get some people up on the panel who have input that they want to share, because it means different things to different people, right? As far as the culture you're from, what part of the world you're in, what the aspects are in your part of the society, if there are any, or whatever. And we hear a lot about with respect to the United States because it has a legacy and some other, you know, let's face it still exists to some degree in our country. And, you know, I think it's worthy of talking about. I think the hard part is, though, a lot of times it's hard to get into the details of it because people are afraid to say, you know, really what they feel from the heart about it, because they're afraid that, you know, like there's such a cancel culture now about just being honest. If you just tell somebody literally, this is what I think, like you just let it out with no filter, you get destroyed, right? You get crushed for being a bad person. You know, everything has nuances and shades of gray. I like to talk about this all the time. Nothing is ever one side or the other. You know, it's a range of things, right? And so, I don't know. I mean, I've heard all sorts of arguments one way or the other. People say, some people take a very strict position on these kinds of issues. Other people are loose and they understand that there's a range. So anyway, we'll talk about it a little bit. We'll see what everybody. Listen, it's not about what any one of us thinks. It's just getting an idea of how everybody thinks. Well, yeah, no, it's not something that crosses my mind all the time. Somebody's asking if you. No, I don't. It's not something that I wake up every day thinking about. I'm just saying it might be an interesting subject to get into. You know, if you don't know my recent situation, I was called out for some things that I wrote on Twitter, which I've since, you know, acknowledged and accepted. But what I was hoping to do, and again, nothing. I don't think nothing ever justifies insensitive statements on any level for anything, no matter who it may be about. It's not necessary, right? Justifies insensitive statements on any level for anything, no matter who it may be about. It's not necessary, right? We can very much get our views across about any subject without going there, quote unquote. No, we haven't talked. Well, we talked a little bit about Texas yesterday. We can talk about that. We'll talk about that. If you don't know what's going on in Texas, there's a standoff, so to speak, between the federal government's sort of lack of doing its job protecting the southwest border, and the Texas government / concerned citizens trying to do what they can do about it. And I'm not sure where it's going to take us. It's pretty interesting, though. But we'll talk about that, too. I got to check the news, though, because I haven't checked the news on it yet today. No, I wouldn't call it that, Bill Huff and Puff. I'm going to get into it. I haven't gotten into it yet in terms of details, but I'm going to get into it a little bit. And yeah, listen, I think a lot of us could have blind spots about certain things, and we think we all have things that we aspire to be versus how we actually are. We know how that goes. A lot of us could have blind spots about certain things, and we think we all have things that we aspire to be versus how we actually are. We know how that goes. And I think it's fair, but like I said, it doesn't excuse it, right? What's my world war ideology, if you don't mind sharing? Wow, that's a pretty broad question, right? Well, I would say it's evolving. For those of you who don't know me, I try to take things in as I learn, and I shift according to what I learn. But my worldview is basically this, and you know, it's taken me a long time to kind of figure this out through a lot of research, but take care of the place is my worldview. Take care of the place, meaning where we live is where we're always going to be living. This planet is the only one that we are going to be able to live on, and what we're currently doing versus taking care of it are two different things. That's my That's my worldview. But of course, as far as the politics and stuff, I can break all that down. But I'm not affiliated with either party. I don't believe in American party politics. I don't even believe in national borders, quite frankly. I'm a different animal. You're going to think I'm crazy if I tell you everything I believe. But I would say the number one thing that is the foundational view, and by the way, this is not my view alone. I've learned this from other scholars and authors who I've read. And that is, I don't have a complex of human superiority. And I don't believe in the myth of human superiority. Insofar as I think human beings, as any other being or aspect of this place that we live on, I didn't say our place. Remember, that's the language. It's not our earth or our home. It's none of it's ours. At best, we rent it temporarily in the position of dominance that we happen to be in right now. But I think we're just a part of. I have more of a Eastern/native indigenous view of the world, even though I live in a very, materialistic, capitalistic, economic-driven, industrial culture, which is very hard to reconcile, right? I'm in this stream of stuff that I absolutely can't stand, and here I am. Hey, Ruby, relax. There's a dog out there. Say hi to everybody. Yeah, and I love animals, of course. All animals. So I would say that, my biggest concern, again, and this is the most altruistic way I think anybody can be, I want to have a good life for myself now and other people here that are with, the human experience. But the question is this: if we collectively, let's say the last 5 or 6 generations, now and the next couple, enjoy this high standard of living, at least in the countries that are lucky enough to have it, and then after that, everything is very difficult or worse for everyone else and everything else afterwards. Is that fair? Is that smart? Is that selfish? Hey, relax. I'm gonna make her some breakfast. Let's get you some food. Come on, dog. Is that fair? And again, it's all about, I try to mitigate harm. If you haven't followed me so far, I tend to put up for those who are oppressed, stand up for them. I think that the living systems on this planet are being oppressed by human beings and their behavior, including myself. So why do I focus on that? It's because the best thing we can do, I think, if you've read author Derek Jensen, who I think is fantastic, by the way, he's like a deep green thinker. And he says, listen, the people 200 years from now are not going to give 2 shits about what kind of car we drove, how big a house we had, what rockets we sent. They're going to wonder, how's the water, how's the land, can we survive? That's it. That's the only thing that's going to matter to them, as it should, because the basic survival of any species depends upon the same biophysical elements as any other. And if you're doing something long-term that is destroying those very support structures, what the hell are you doing? Right? So I think ultimately, this is the crazy part. The reason I'm bringing up the race word today, in terms of supremacy versus, looking at somebody as less than, whether it be between people or people to animals, I think people are hold on, hey Ruby, shut up. In terms of the overall experience, I think human beings in general, 99.9% of human culture has a superiority complex. Ruby, hey. She's freaking out. I think she may want to go outside, but I think she saw a dog walk by. Ruby, please don't in bed, please. Hey, get on your bed, please. Usually I give her some food. She'll shut up just one sec. So that's the hard thing to think about. I mean, we of course, we're critical. Most of us who follow me are critical of the Israeli government and those ministers who act like they're better than other people. They have a supremacy complex. They look down at people who are different, whether within their country or outside their country next door. And we condemn that, like, that's crazy. Why do these people think that? Well, if you think about that same thought process, most human beings, for most of myself included, I didn't know much about this until I started studying it. We take a position that our species, is the best, and that everything else is sort of subject to our whims, and we can do what we want with everything because it's ours to do with it. Please, that's the mindset. That's a supremacist mindset, whether you want to agree with it or not, or admit to it or not. That's it. It's a supremacist mindset. And so it's not good when you do it to other people. It's not good when you do it to other beings or other things upon which you depend on for survival. It's a position of undue arrogance, right? And it's usually very dangerous, right? Most people who think that way, obviously, we think are wrong. Like, why do they think that? They're crazy. And then secondly, it usually doesn't end well, right? Because it just drives all sorts of bad behavior. So that's my ultimate point. I do not believe that human beings are superior to or supreme beings. I know there are a lot of religious undertones to that people have ways of describing the origins of life and what happens after death and how human beings fit in and how religion or the deity. I don't know. I don't have verification for any of that. I can't deny any of it. I've talked about this at length too. If people have told me I should study Islam, people should say, no, there's no smoke detector. That's my dog making noise. I don't have any validity to back up what I'm saying, by the way. I don't have proof of any of what I'm saying being true, because I don't know if there is a truth to this. It's an interpretation thing. But the thing I do see is I see this is what I can observe. I see that there are now 8+ billion humans on the planet. I don't hate humans. I don't hate squirrels. I don't hate anything, nor do I, quote unquote, love anything. I just observe what is. And so the human experiment has changed dramatically in the last 300 years. You know, the population, just go look at a population chart and just look how it's hockey sticked. It's gone like this. And if you've ever done trading, you know that if something goes parabolic on a chart, it falls usually further than it rose from. The base from which it rose, it falls further and a little bit lower when it crashes. And I believe the human population is going to crash devastatingly so in the next, several decades, maybe 5 or 10. I don't know. Predictions are hard as far as the timing of it, but I think it's a certainty that the human population is going to crash. The problem is that a lot of things are going to be taken down with a lot of other forms of life because of our short-sightedness and inability to rein ourselves in. But getting back to the ideology, because somebody asked me, if you don't know why we're talking, somebody says, what are your worldviews? What do you believe? So I'm trying to thumbnail this out. By the way, happy Saturday for those who are filtering in. And I by the way, this is a very sensitive issue for people, and I am not trying to denigrate anybody's beliefs, because this is just one person's view. I'm completely respectful of people's faith, because they seem to have a certain comfort and sort of grace as they move through their lives a lot of times, and whatever that is that it gives them is amazing, and I wish I had that, because I definitely don't. But having said that, I don't have any evidence to support the things that they share, that they say they believe in, nor any reason to not. So I call myself confused, which I think is a fair way to put it. I don't know. Uncertainty. But I don't need certainty for everything in my life, but I do need certainty for things like that. It's hard for me to make the reach, and that's because I'm just a stubborn, critical thinker. And that's just, maybe that's a curse that I can't quite acquiesce to faith. But, maybe things are a version of creation because of all the beauty and amazing, the mystery of everything. It could be a creation. I don't know. I don't know how the Big Bang thing makes any sense. Hey, Ruby! Hey! Sorry for yelling, but I got to get her on her bed. 1 sec. Let me give you some food. Hey, Ruby, come here. You want a snack? I'm going to give her a Ruby snack. Just a second. So yeah, I don't know for sure. And so the point I'm trying to make is that we all sort of stand on our high horse saying, well, the other people are the bad people. They look down. Itamar Ben-Gvir looks down on people who are Arab, or, David Duke from the so-and-so looks down on this group, or whomever you're talking about, right? That's the bad person because they're this. Unfortunately, humans don't understand, most of them. Most cultures here, if you don't know this, there are tens and hundreds of millions of what we call animals, chickens, pigs, sheep, goats, go on down the line, cow, whatever, that are being completely reared, raised, abused, tortured, and unalived and dismembered so that we can have something we prefer to eat, right? That goes on. It's a mass system of, food production that we call food, and we somehow say, well, that's just food. No, it's not. Every single one of those creatures that goes through that process have 2 eyes, have a central nervous system, has an experience of life, joy, pain, suffering, just like you and I do. And we just look down on them because they don't have the same, mental aptitude as we have. Like they don't have the same cognitive ability or same ability to make a bridge or a tunnel or a high rise. And therefore we say, well, what can a squirrel do? It's just a squirrel. We use that. It's just right? And the idea is that only human life is sacred, or that human life. I don't believe that. I really don't. And it's not because I don't believe human lives matter. Obviously, I think all life, not to say like blue or, but I think literally all of life matters. Now, let's be realistic. In nature, which is the system in which we all ultimately are accountable to, because we're in this temporary stage where we're sort of able to put a buffer between us and natural systems for these artificial things that have been created. But in reality, we're all tied to the same realism. And so in the real world, if you're walking around, let's say 70,000 years ago, and there's a hungry, larger, stronger, faster being that wants to eat you or me, they're going to eat you or me. They're not going to sit and talk about the morality. Well, should I or shouldn't I, right? So there's that. But we don't have that right now. We have a system where we purposefully create artificial caloric availability by hoarding and massing all these beings together in these horrific conditions. And we just discount the fact that they have any value other than the fact that they do something for us. And then we just justify it because, well, that's just how it has to be. That's the circle of life. No, it isn't the circle of life. It's a complete bastardization of the circle of life. Circle of life is you're out somewhere, you grab something that's out and about. That's the circle of life. So Anyway, so I see all that going on, and I see all the behavior. And again, I'm a part of it because I live in here. Everything that goes on here is industrial. Everything that's industrial has harm. And therefore, because I'm in industrial society, I contribute to the harm. So it's not like me talking to you. It's me talking about us. And somebody said, this is a guy named Nate Hagans. If you haven't followed Nate Hagans, I love Nate Hagans. So please check him out. He has a YouTube channel called The Great Simplification, which I think is fabulous. And Nate says that none of us are to blame, but all of us are complicit. And I think that's maybe he took that from somebody else, but I think that's a great way to say it. And so the question we have to ask ourselves ultimately, and again, this is tough, just like the uphill climb I talk about being the political mess that we're in the United States and all the things that are obstacles to us getting to a better place, the same thing exists as far as us trying to find a way to live in a way that's in harmony with this wonderful place that we're lucky enough to be on. This earth that has all these corrective balancing systems. And by the way, I just let you know, the earth will be fine, as George Carlin very presciently said. And he's a comedian, by the way. If you don't know who George Carlin is, look him up. He said, the planet's going to be fine. He said, the people are screwed. And what he means by the people, things that live in the biosphere that the human experiment is messing up. We're tilting the balance of something that tends to work pretty well. You know, there's still some natural events that distort it from time to time. But human beings are distorting that dramatically and very quickly, rapidly. That's the problem. It's the speed with which the changes are happening, not that there are changes. Because the Earth's gone through tons and tons of changes over, tens, hundreds of millions of years, billions of years, right? And there hasn't been life on the planet for like the last, 20% of the Earth's history. And even within that, we're just a teeny little fraction on the tail end of all that. However, if you don't like it or not, listen, I just got a hot shower. I love having a hot shower. It's one of the greatest things I think we have available. It makes a big difference to me because I have a lot of body aches with Gulf War stuff. But, having on-demand hot water running 24/7 is not natural. That doesn't exist in nature, right? So think about it, that writ large, all the things, cars, buses, trucks, planes, food, grocery stores. This is all very anomalous and very recent in history. And, before we could actually domesticate plants and animals, we being, human beings learned how to grow stuff and keep animals from running around. That changed everything for us. But before that, we were just like any other being, just chasing shit or trying to survive, right? And so I remember seeing a commercial that always stuck with me on TV. It was some investment commercial, and it said, because Americans want to thrive, not just survive. And I thought, why can't we just survive? Why do we have to thrive? And everybody's conditioned especially with politics, the election. Well, everyone's conditioned to think, am I doing better than 4 years? Am I doing better? Understandably, that's how we're taught. But it's not about us doing better. It's about us not fucking things up for everybody else, right? If we're really being good people. And I don't think any of us are bad in our hearts, but I think we've been brought into a system that creates us to do things towards incentives that create bad outcomes. Not only for ourselves in many cases, but also, of course, for the underlying biosphere that we depend on ultimately for our very survival. And we're not doing a good job of it. If you want to just do the strict math, strip away all of the rationale, all the conversation, just what's happening, there's these systems that are running roughshod across the planet, ripping shit up, burning stuff, polluting places, and wars. Right? Not so cool, not so smart. Now, nature is chaotic, and nature is not easy. It's barbaric, it's cruel, it involves a lot of suffering, but it also has a lot of beauty, and it works. It maintains balance. So I don't know where the exact, equilibrium is for these types of things like shifting, but I do know this, it's not where we are now. And it's not where a lot of people aspire to be. Now, I get criticized endlessly for saying this kind of stuff. Like, oh, you're some tree hugger, Listen, if you later can't get to the store, and hugging a tree a year ago would have been the way to not have the problem, you'd probably be hugging a tree too. I think people just can't see how brutal and difficult life will become, will become, when these support systems that we have, these artificial systems, no longer exist. We've been able to grow our population dramatically with fossil fuels and food production and medical technology that's extended life and decreased the child mortality. And this is where we are. And there's still a lot of inequality within it, right? We know people that live in, I hate this term, the quote unquote the less developed, they call it the third, well, I hate that term. But the less developed countries, they experience a lot of this. But they also live simpler lives, which in many ways, believe it or not, is a gift. And we see it as suffering, but they don't have the same psychological problems like people like me and people in the developed world have. And there's a reason for that. They're on the ground, they're living close to the earth, and they have a simpler existence. And that's what we were meant to be, I think. We're meant to have that. So you're like, who the hell is this guy rambling about this? Anyway, do me a favor. If you're new here for the first time, and I'm sorry to ramble, If you haven't seen me before, can you please type the number 1 in chat? By the way, nice to meet you. My name is Chip. I live on the East Coast of the United States, and I talk on TikTok periodically about all sorts of crazy stuff. Hello, welcome, Junebug. Nice to see you. Hey, Mensch, how are you? Hi, Debbie. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yep, happy Saturday to everybody. I don't know if it's the afternoon. Hi, Susie James. How you doing, Susie? Good to see you. Ruthie, how you doing? Good to see you. Is Chip my real name? It's a nickname. I'm a junior. My father's first name, I don't give it out online, but my father, we have the same first name, so they gave me a nickname when I was born. Hi, Sheik Google. That's a cool name. That's a funny name. All right, well, I'll do a quick, since there's a few people here that are new, I'll just introduce myself briefly. And while I'm doing that, in just a second, I'll ask you to do one more thing. My name is Chip Barnes. I'm somebody who studies geopolitics mainly and other life issues, philosophical stuff like that. And I try to get on and talk 6 days a week here on TikTok. I do it every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern. And then every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, like today, from 12 noon to 2 p.m. And a lot of times I go longer if I have time, like last night or today we might, because this is Saturday. But I talk a lot about geopolitics. I talk a lot about the Israel-Palestine conflict. I talk about a lot of other geopolitical situations, but I also talk about a lot of other life issues, nutrition, health and wellness, different. We're going to talk about some cultural issues today, which will be interesting to talk about. And again, just like you, I have my foibles and my shortcomings and my issues, probably more than many of you. Unfortunately, I hate to admit it. But we're going to talk about some of mine today, and we'll talk about, if you want to come up and talk about some of yours or whatever you want to do, great. I think it's better to try to be as transparent as possible and just, lay it out on the table. It is what it is, and hiding it doesn't usually help it, right? For whatever it may be. But anyway, so getting back to it, so I learned about the Israel-Palestine conflict in 1989. So unlike a lot of Americans who may have just heard about it or just been kind of woken up by it on October the 7th, unfortunately, I've been watching it for a long time, and it's not been fun to be an observer of such unfair dynamics to a group of people who, out of no fault of their own, just got caught on the wrong side of a bad deal, and have been further marginalized and mistreated over the years. And even though they've tried to fight back periodically, it's just gotten worse for them. And it seems like the harder they try, the worse it gets. That's the hard part. Now, you can sit on the other side of this and see it completely differently, and I understand that there's a much different point of view. The dog's looking at me like, where's my damn food? So let me start feeding the dog. So with that said, we can get into some issues today. One of the issues that I mentioned earlier we're going to talk about is race a little bit. I don't know how deep we can get into it with here on TikTok, because I don't know what the rules are with certain language. We've all learned these terms like unalive and pow pow and, T-word and all this other stuff. I don't know exactly how deep you can go on certain subjects here without getting in trouble. So, and also, let's face it, some issues are hard to talk about, right? It's hard to speak with full candor, because everyone is very worried, and probably rightly so, with the backlash of speaking sincerely and honestly about an issue that's very contentious, right? Let's face it. So I think if somebody were to give you a shot of truth serum in your arm and said, okay, start talking about this issue, you would say what you feel. But in a forum like this, if you try to share that, you're afraid you're going to get backlash, right? Or people are going to think I'm a monster or whatever. But you may have some legitimately held feelings that aren't from a place of being mean. They're just from a place of maybe your life experience or your observations, or maybe you are ignorant, like I may be ignorant about something, and you just share it out of wherever you are at the moment, and then you may learn more. Who knows? But I think we should all be able to speak from a place of not being mean-spirited, but being honest, and then let the conversation flow. And unfortunately, I don't think that that's what can happen in all cases. So anyway, and listen, anybody can make wisecracks and stuff like that. I understand, and I'm just going to do this because I don't want to have this turn into like a hate fest. And I've addressed this publicly, by the way, for over 2.5 hours on live broadcasts. I think I've put in a little bit of time, like not just running and hiding, right? But for those who don't know, I'll just share the story. You'll hear about it eventually anyway, probably. There's some videos floating around, or maybe a video. I authored some tweets a while back. I think one was in October, and many were way before then, that used very insensitive and incendiary language that was related to a race. And it was completely inappropriate. It was unnecessary. It was foolish jackassery, totally unnecessary. Like, just absolutely had no place in the dialogue. And what I did was I went back and, as a part of this, I had to go back and, of course, I wanted to get rid of these messages because they're idiotic and no one wants to have stupid stuff on their Twitter. But then as I went through and read my Twitter, I just went through and started reading stuff that I'd posted over the last, year. And it just all sounded very negative. I kept noticing this feeling. It was just, and most 99% of what I post has nothing to do with what I just talked about. It's all about, politics and other stuff. And I just didn't like the flavor of it. It's just not the version of me that I want to be. Even though all the things I said I think were accurate, but they were all phrased in a way that was unnecessarily like, snarky or, smart ass or whatever you want to call it. And so I just decided, I'm going to take a break from this. I'm going to see if I can do things in a different forum where that doesn't bring that. I don't know what it is about Twitter that tends to elicit that, but it happens to a lot of us on there, I think. So, yeah, and listen, there is no excuse for saying things that are racially insensitive ever. There's no like saying, well, no, there's no excuse. I admit that 100%. I wouldn't want somebody to say that about my group of people, nor would I want anybody to say that about any other group. I think it's bad. I've looked at other people that have said stuff like that and said that's wrong, and it was wrong for me to do it. So there is no there's no explaining it away, quite frankly. But in terms of exploring the territory around it and where it may come from or what it may be a part of, I think that's an interesting conversation to have, and I know it's very sensitive, and sometimes people are completely outlawed from even having it because they think it's, off limits or whatever. But I don't believe anything should be off limits when it comes to speech. Now, I don't believe we should talk about, excessively violent things, like talking about how something happened to somebody that was excruciatingly, gory or whatever. I think that's not speech we need to have. And I don't think we should be threatening each other with violence, that kind of speech. But I think as far as just talking out sensitive and complicated issues, especially when people have opinions that we disagree with vehemently. I've had plenty of conversations with people on the Israel-Palestine issue with whom I disagree 100%. Every single thing they say I disagree with, and vice versa probably. And yet we can have a civil conversation with that and hopefully do it from a place that's not based on mean-spiritedness. And that's kind of what I'd like to do in this, but I know it's hard. So maybe we can have some other people come up and join the panel and they can share their views on it. And I don't want this to be a one-sided thing. And I've taken my lumps, and I'll probably take more lumps for what I did. I probably deserve it. I do deserve it to take lumps for that. And I think any of us who slip up and do it in a way that's very inconsiderate and rude and senseless and idiotic deserve to get called out for it. Fair is fair, right? And the other part of this is this. I'm very active on TikTok, and I've been very, very critical of the Israeli government. And recently I've gone into some pro-Israel live panels or learned some things about those who have been doing that on the pro-Israel side. And I've put out videos that have shown what they've done, like their words or their actions, where I've learned things. One guy was getting paid. And so I put videos about that. Right? Now, the last thing someone's going to want to do, hey, Zafar, listen, you can run your own live and do what you want to do. I'm going to keep talking about what's on my mind. And then if you want to flip back and come back later, please do. But please don't tell me what to do. So I've done videos about people on the pro-Israeli side that made them look bad. And because of what they were saying, like what I said looked bad, same thing for them, it looked bad. So they made it their mission, probably, hey, sorry about that. They made it their mission to go after me. And I think that's nothing unexpected there. And so I'm not saying that it's a product of that. I was to blame 100% for what was said. But at the same time, I think there's this attack system going on right now on TikTok where there's just a lot of contention. We know about the fact that people are being paid to, do certain things online, and there's this whole system of, I don't know, it's just very negative, I think. And so I just don't want to contribute too much more to that negativity in any way, shape, or form. Just 1 second. Hey, Ruby, come here. Sorry about the interruption. Hey, sit down. Sit down. I'm going to make your food right now. Relax, please. So anyway, let me see if there's somebody in the queue. If there is anybody, we don't have to talk about it right now, but if anybody, think of it this way. If you're thinking, let your thoughts germinate. And if there's something you have to share about it doesn't have to be anything. You don't have to be involved in it. You just want to share your thoughts. That's fine too. But if you want to come up and talk about it, I'm interested to have a conversation around it because I think that's a good thing to do. I would like to have that truth serum in my arm and let you all think what I really, really think deep down. And then you can decide whether you think I have blind spots, if I'm a total jackass, if you think I'm a jerk. I wish I could go back in time and change the phrasing of what I said and eliminate some of the things that I alluded to, which were unnecessary. But there are some things in my speech that are born from observations and experiences that I think if you had truth serum in my arm, you said you'd let it out, you'd hear it, you'd be like, okay, I understand that part of the story. And again, not that it justifies the way things were said or even what was said, but you'd at least hear the totality of the truth serum. And I think that's, I like to hear that from anybody. Like if I hear them say something that's messed up, okay, what's this person really about? What is really driving their thinking? That's interesting to me. But if it's not to you, we can talk about other stuff. But listen, if you're in the comments saying, move on, you can move on. This is the live I'm doing, man. If you don't like it, as Quinn would say, and not to be mean to anybody, swipe the fuck on, dude. I mean, like, if this is you have the ability to do a live just like I'm doing. No. Listen, nothing's getting to me. Somebody says, "Are the psyops getting to me?" No. Put it this way. I'm quite frankly, I'm really curiously interested in this subject. I think it's a very interesting subject. I think that it's it's one that doesn't get talked about enough in the United States because there is a pervasive element to racism in our country. There is. And so it does exist, and it's unfortunately not in our rearview mirror. Some of it is, but a lot of it isn't. And so I think it's an interesting topic, I think. But it may not have to be for today. Anyway, but no, if quote unquote the psyops were getting to me, I wouldn't be here right now talking. I would have just, buttoned down the hatches and gone away for a while. And I did ask people, by the way, just so you know, I'm not an inconsiderate human being, even though my language in those messages was terrible and seemed very inconsiderate. But I'm really not in terms of how I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And of course I did, which that's the thing I feel the worst about. But I did ask other people, hey, what do you think I should do next? And I just listened. Because it's not about me. I don't have all the answers. So I asked somebody, hey, what do you think I should? I asked several somebodies, what should I do next? And they said, keep on keeping on. Just, one foot in front of the other. Just do the best you can. Brush yourself off. So that's what I've done. So if you don't like that, and you think I should be, cancel cultured, that's your choice. You don't have to watch me. You can go make a video saying I'm the devil, like somebody actually did. Or you can say, okay, whatever. The advocacy is more important than the bumps. Anyway, okay, so we talked earlier about we're going to talk about some other things too. So getting back to the idea of humans, and again, we all look at ourselves as good people, right? We think we're good people. But in terms of analyzing our total behavior, a lot of times we don't even think of these things. Like we don't think about the fact that when I had my meal this morning, what went into it. Like, I don't know if whatever you had to eat so far today or what you may are going to have later. Let's say you go to Chipotle and you order a chicken burrito. Seems very benign thing to do, right? You go out to Chipotle and, well, just if you follow that back from the storefront to the truck that delivered it, to the distribution center from which the truck came, to the processing plant that got stuff to the distribution center, to the trucks that came to the processing plant, the trucks back to the farm, and how the farm is laid out, and then what happened as far as the initiation of life that started that project. You go back, it's not benign, both in energy and in terms of the way that something that was involved in that was treated to get to that place for that to be able to be available for us. And that's the point I try to make, is that, very rarely do we see any of that. We see the shiny logo and we go into the store and we have this protective glass and we order our thing, we pay our money and we go out and we just go about our day, right? But all that stuff's going on in the background that we don't, and they don't want us to see it, by the way, because if there was a photograph at the point of sale describing the things that I just laid out, very few people would still eat it, because it is horrible. And I think most of us have a sensitivity to, not being abusive or wanting to harm others. It's just our nature, I think. And like I said, you put a little kid in a room with a bunny and an apple, like a 5-year-old, they're not going to go chasing down the bunny and try to eat it in the room. They're going to eat the damn apple, right? I mean, that's just they're going to play with the bunny and eat the apple, not the other way around, right? They're not going to throw the apple against the wall and then go bite the bunny's throat. That's kind of our nature when we're younger. And of course, something shifts as we get older. We get culture in our cultures. We get told, oh, this is okay. This is just how we do things. And I was raised that way too. I was raised in a household where I ate the typical American everything, processed foods, everything from top to bottom. There was nothing that was not on the menu. But the older I got and the more that I learned, I was like, damn, these things, just if you're ecologically minded, forget about the ethics of animals or whatever else. I read something somewhere on a computer, and this really said, and this is going back 25 years ago, maybe 30 years ago. And it said, you can't call yourself an environmentalist and still eat meat. And I was, still eating my same diet as always. And that just really hit me in the gut. I was like, oh, damn. Because, I like eating meat. I liked it. I was like, because I wanted to be, the best I could be for ecological reasons, as many people do. Some people find that annoying. If you do, so be it. But I care about the earth. I think the earth is something that's really amazing, and I think we should try to do the best we can not to F it up. and we're not doing a good job of that. But so everyone always plays a part, and I was just trying to play the best part I could. And I know it's hypocritical in a lot of ways. Trust me, I know. But that hit me. And then I started researching it, and I started looking into the industry. And the more I learned about that, I mean, I saw videos. I was like, holy shit, like it is bad. And it's hard to reconcile. I mean, I absolutely love animals, like more than anything in the world. I love spending time with animals. I love being out with dogs, cats. Doesn't matter. Any animal, any creature, basically. I don't even hurt insects. Like, I think everything's really cool. And if I were that little thing, or whatever that thing is that is on the other side of this two-eyed, bipedal, I wouldn't want to be crushed or stepped on or shot or unalive just because I'm not them. I don't think you would either if you try to put yourself in that position. So I think, listen, it's a great exercise to do, is to put yourself in the other person's shoes. We were talking a second ago about that other issue, same idea. And then what would you want to have done? Same thing with the Israel-Palestine issue. I try to get people who are on the Israeli side, who have a very one-sided view, to try to consider, is there another side to view this from? Like, turn yourself into the other. I did a video called What If the Script Was Flipped? And when you start to see things from the other vantage point, things are a lot different, right? If you're on the good end of the deal and someone else has to suffer, you're like, yeah. But if the other person's suffering and you're not, then how would it be? This is the other thing. This is a great thing to think about. And we've heard about aliens in the news. And so I want you to get your head around this for 1 second. This is crazy. What if there are really these other beings and they're waiting to come down and colonize the planet, whatever. And what if we became the source of food for them? And what if we've been growing our population for the fact that they're going to come and eat us? And that's why we've grown our population as big as it is. Now that sounds totally outlandish. That's absurd, right? But what if, just think of it this way though, right now we have cows and chickens and pigs that we manage and eat, right? But what if we were the thing being managed and later eaten? And we got to go to this little place and eat for a while and hang out, and then once they pulled a few of us onto a truck and we went down the road, and then we went through this little chute, and then kabam. So just wonder about that for a second and wonder what that would be like. I know it sounds outlandish, but just think for a second what it would be like knowing your whole life that your whole purpose for being was to get big enough weight-wise so someone else could send you down to a line and eliminate you and carve things up, and then you're packaged up and sent to some alien Chipotle store. Right? Probably not the best thing. You're like, why is this happening to us? What do we do to deserve this? Right? So that's an interesting way to look at it. And some people think that the human species is just this, just like the United States military, same type of thinking, like we could never lose. We're the greatest. The thinking about humans are, we're the number one. We're the smartest. We're the apex. No, we're not. We're in a temporary position of dominance on a planet that has a whole host of different dominant things over long periods of time. In fact, if it weren't for the thing that landed in the Yucatan, that asteroid that hit the country, the dinosaurs would still be here. And humans may or may not evolve, but if we did evolve, we'd have a hell of a time trying to deal with dinosaurs, because they are some pretty badass creatures, as we saw from Jurassic Park. But anyway, just think about that for a second. What if you're on the wrong end of a deal that you formerly thought was a good deal because you were on the receiving end, and now you're on the bad deal? I would imagine if many people who live in Israel lived in occupied West Bank or in Gaza, they wouldn't be so happy about it. So the thing that they're currently supporting, they would probably speak out against vociferously at a minimum, and most likely, if they're really angry, try to do something about it. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So in fairness, yeah, just like any other empire, I think it's a good point. So something to think about, I know I bring up a lot of stuff that usually probably nobody talks about on TikTok. Hopefully not. But something, okay, we have a guest that's been waiting. No, I'm a Gemini. I'm a guest named Jose F. Avisar. Hey. Sorry for making you wait so long, Jose. By the way, if your connection doesn't get completed, the best thing to do is to exit TikTok altogether, like close the app, and then come back in and re-request. And then it tends to work. Yeah, let me do this because you're timing out. Okay. Jose. And by the way, I think I've seen Jose. If I'm not mistaken, I think Jose does some lives, and he's very knowledgeable, and he is always sort of standing up by a computer, I think, if I'm not mistaking who Jose is. But maybe that's not the same person. Anyway, so But the bigger issue, we talked earlier about the race issue. If anybody wants to come up and talk about that, if you have a background or experience of being on the receiving end of just uncomfortable stuff, or if you want to just throw in your 2 cents, I'm happy to have you come up. We can talk. And I keep getting all these snide comments in the comments. I try not to. Anyway, it's a game that goes on here sometimes. But so let's talk about the U.S. military for a second. That's an interesting thing. So I've heard a lot of people. There was a guest last night that said that the U.S. military could easily handle Iran. Easily handle Iran. Right? I mean, does anybody agree with that here? I think that's one of the most delusional statements that I've ever heard. They're not a pushover military, and they have the support of both Russia and China. And I think the U.S. knows this, or they would have already done something a long time ago. And there's been a desire to get in and overthrow the Iranian government since 1979 when the revolution took place. And so that's like 44 years ago. And the U.S. knows that it would spark World War III if they started to do that. It would be a terrible thing to bomb and attack Iran, I think. There are morons like Nikki Haley, who's the GOP second place follower. Somebody says, why did I kick Smitty? I didn't kick anybody. No, the point, no, if whoever just tried to come up, just to let you know, there's something called timing out. So the box will come up, but it still has this like Windows circle going on. And then so if they don't connect, I have to disconnect them so they can leave and come back and try to reconnect. I didn't kick anybody out because of who they were. I don't usually do that. If somebody says, if somebody starts doing silly things like name calling, like I usually set the terms for conversation, like, hey, no personal disparagements, no, inflammatory language that'll get the live stop. But otherwise, hey, here's 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to go on mute, say whatever you want. I don't shy away from anybody's point of view because I think that's fair. But no, whoever said that, Dagger, Gaza for Liberation, why did you kick Smitty, make him wait like a good boy? I don't know why you would say that. And then let him up and say, now you can speak. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about the other day? I think the other day what happened was, if you want to know why, the moderator in the panel let somebody up without me. I normally bring my guests up myself. Somebody in the panel let them on. So when anybody comes up, not Smitty, doesn't matter if it's Smitty or anybody, if somebody from my moderators lets somebody up, I usually will take them down until I'm ready to have a guest. That's why, if that happened, that's why it happened. If that's what you're referring to, Dagger. I thought you were talking about now. Why did I say that? Ruffsy, I'm not sure what you mean by why did I say that. I read the person's, when I just said what I said, I read their comment. That wasn't me saying it. I don't refer to Smitty like that way. Yeah, so somebody says it's not true, Iran and Russia. Well, listen, it doesn't matter when they became friends. It's about the fact that they are friends now. Somebody says it's not true, Iran and Russia only recently became friends. Military alliances and support it doesn't matter when it happened. The fact that it's in place now and it's sort of the new block of countries is what matters. So I do believe that if the United States attacked and was winning in Iran, that the Russians and the Chinese, because listen, if the U.S. starts taking over all of the Middle East, it's going to be curtains for the other countries, especially China. So I don't think it's going to happen, but I just think that, it's normal for countries to want to push back against a superpower because the U.S. throws its weight around quite a lot, right? Okay, now here's the guest. The voice wants to come up and say something, so let's let the voice come up. Hello, voice. Long time no talk.
Hey, brother. These statements that some of these people are saying in reference to their understanding of Iran and the situation over there, it's just completely speaks to a complete lack of education, a complete lack of experience on the ground. Okay. Or even a lack of history, there's a reason why we position ourselves as the good guys and Iran as the bad guys. 60 years ago, we actually instigated the control of Iran through the Shah. Okay, and actually installed a government in there and supported and actually traded, oh, by the way, any military hardware that they had through the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, guess who gave it to them? The United States. We did. We trained them. Okay. And then what ended up happening was the people actually rose up and said, hey, you can't America, stop controlling us through through a sham government, and they overthrew the Shah. The Shah ran to Southern California, okay, and millions of Iranians who wanted to pursue the Western lifestyle did so also, okay, and from that point on, anything that Iran does is a bad thing for America. By the way, the whole it's almost like the critiques in America who think they're high and above, and it's almost like they've been watching 80s and 90s Schwarzenegger movies that always depicts America as the winning side. Yeah, we go everywhere, we win. You know, Middle East, we win. Southeast Asia, we win. Russia, we win. You know, like everywhere, America is the winner. Hey, buddy, you got kicked out of a Southeast Asian country where you killed off 2.5 million people. And guess what? You know what's a similar situation now? Those people had tunnels too, and you couldn't bomb the shit out of their tunnels either. Okay, I mean, like, lessons should be learned here. I don't know what the conversation before I came on about racism was. I don't know if I can or should contribute there. You know, as an Asian American, there's more than enough. There's more than enough racism going on and going around on a daily basis, and I'll make it simple. You want to know that racism still exists in America? Just take a look at the Senator Tom Cotton yesterday questioning the CEO of TikTok. He literally sat in front of the guy and was like, the guy kept going, I'm Singaporean. By the way, I'm speaking English so that you can understand me that I'm Singaporean. Okay. Sir, are you Chinese? Sir, have you ever been affiliated with Chinese? I was literally waiting. At one point, Chip, I was waiting for the guy to say, sir, have you had Chinese food before? Just to make it stick. Just to make it stick. And that's the level of racism now. It's just par for the course, almost. You know? I'm going to quiet down here and let some other voices come on. Thanks, man.
Well,
and you're muted, by the way.
Can I ask you a question? Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
So you mentioned that it still exists. You're Asian American, is that right?
Yeah. So I arrived here from Vietnam when I was 8 years old.
Okay. And then what is an example of something either sort of more less overt or more overt racism you've either observed happening to somebody who's Asian or to yourself?
I think as a kid, it's a very different way of looking at it, right? So what you see directly is you're walking down the street, you get called every name under the sun that's associated with anyone with slanted eyes, regardless of their nationality, right? So it could be a myriad of things from the CHINK word all the way up to, SLOPE. There's a million different, associations through the years. And what the funny thing is, when you realize you're hearing that from other kids your age, as a young kid, you don't know it then, but you realize as an adult later on, they're a product of their environment. They're picking it up from their inputs, and their inputs are their parents, their environment, their neighborhood, the media that they watch, okay? And by the way, that conditions them to understand and or regard themselves as having a particular position in society. If you are taught to have position and capability of talking down to a group, then you instantly assume a position above that group, right? That thing that you and I are experiencing now when we get on and we allow a Zionist to have 5 minutes of our time and they beat their chest like they know more just from a de facto assumption. That's a thing that exists in America when it comes to color. There is a price to be paid for not being white. You just have to know that there are hierarchies of it. And I think every immigrant and every person of color, whether they admit it or not, in one way or another, experience some aspect of it in some way. If you want to know what's overt, overt. How about this? You want to hear overt? second conversation with a mother of a girl I dated when I was 16. She brought me home on a Sunday to watch a Giants game. Okay. Northern Jersey. She's white, just Anglo, right? I was in the kitchen helping them bring snacks out. So I was just standing there with her mother. And her mother literally turned to me and go, you know, I am so glad she brought you home instead of a black boy.
Wow.
Yeah. So, you know, like, there's almost, that's a racism that is, think about that. The person wasn't even aware that they were being racist in the first place. They made the statement as if it's a matter of fact, and they were completely unaware that they were being racist to me at the very same time that they were making this statement about a black person, right? That's overt. The most overt thing I've ever seen as far as process is concerned is the vice president of a reinsurance company during my first summer post Navy. I was there doing an internship for my degree, and the guy was you know, his job was to like play golf every Wednesday so you can land the big contracts. I was getting coffee, and he actually said to me, he goes, I am so glad we hired you. We were you know, we had a percentage we needed to hit, and we didn't have an Asian. So, you know, I don't know if those are overt. I don't know if those are crazy, but that speaks to society more so that I'm no longer flabbergasted by anger, you know, uneducated anger. I'm no longer flabbergasted or surprised by complete ignorance or bigotry, because that's, you know, where that comes from. That's just complete ignorance, right? But it is a thing to take a look at it from a societal standpoint and understand that we to this very day, man, I mean, as outspoken as I am, there's a part of me to this very day. You walk out the door, better keep your head down, man. Keep your head down. If there's trouble, don't insert yourself. Because what ends up happening is you very easily become the victim. You know, so you actually have a different posture walking out into the world, even though you live in the same exact world as your Anglo white neighbors. You speak English just as well. You know, if I was on the phone with somebody, they would never guess that I was Asian. You know, like all that stuff. It doesn't matter, because color perception and how societal perception, both through just every day as well as through entertainment media. You know, just look at entertainment media. It's a funny thing. You know, why is it that all of a sudden now, you know, everybody's striving to make sure that they point out inclusion? It's because they know very well that when they take a look at their entertainment media history, you can see, you know, every one of us that's of any color, of any accent that's different, we always get pigeonholed into these little roles that have these characteristics that very much go, see, that's an Asian characteristic. Oh, that's a Middle Eastern characteristic. You know, shit, man, I grew up here as a kid, so that means that, like, for the last 50 years, anytime I see a Russian character in a movie, there was some version, some outlandish, exaggerated version of our idea of Boris. Boris the bad guy, you know? Whether Schwarzenegger's playing, you know, the cop from Russia that comes over, he's got to have a bad attitude. You know, like, that's us. We do that. We do that. You know, and we accept it. It's part of our entertainment. This is the reason why I talked about the other day how, you know, it's hard for 10 million of us to go marching and speak up at Palestine and expect change. The other 320 million are just trying to get to their beer, barbecue, and football. And therefore, they're part of the mechanism that drives the machine we're in. So as long as that mechanism doesn't falter and the average person's just trying to get to their Saturday and Sunday, it's hard to affect change. You know, I'll quiet down for a bit, man. Thanks. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Mary wanted to say something. Mary, come on. What do you want to say, Mary? Hi. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say, I mean, racism, it's still in the U.S. Look at Nancy Pelosi the other time. She's telling people to go back to China. I mean, you know what? Growing up in the U.S., I was 8 when I came, and I mean, I never had a problem with the Americans, but at the same time, you need to realize, like, every American is actually from somewhere. The same way we came from somewhere, the Americans came from somewhere. So it's not like we're the only ones that came from somewhere. The Americans did too. They came on boats when they came to America, when they discovered America. So they can't be racist towards anybody because their ancestors came just the way we came from somewhere. And about war, there's no win in war. Nobody wins in war. So I don't get why they always say, oh, the U.S. is going to kick their ass. The U.S. is going to kick their ass. No, you don't want your soldiers coming home in bags. I don't want the U.S. soldiers coming home in body bags for somebody else's fight. It's not our fight. The only reason they want to go after Iran is because of Israel. The same way they went after Iraq and got rid of Saddam, same thing, because of Israel. The U.S., every time it goes into war, is because of Israel. Let Israel fight its own war. Please, 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 my fellow Americans, please. We need to understand these are our boys that are going. These are our girls that are going to fight somebody else's war. We have no business in there. We have no business in the Middle East. I'm pretty sure all the mothers out there, you guys don't want to come. You don't want your kids coming home in body bags. Please. There's no win-win in war. That's all I needed to say.
Yeah, great point. A lot of people have alleged, maybe you can stay up, Mary, and answer this if you want to, but a lot of people have alleged that there's a lot of questionable influences in the U.S. government, not only recently, but of course over long periods of time, for what decisions that are made vis-a-vis Israel. And it does seem a little unusual. I can't put my finger on exactly what it is, but the question is, like Mary said, why are we going to fight in these wars that tend to benefit somebody more than the United States, and definitely don't benefit the people of the United States? It's a fair question to ask, right? And I know there are other business interests, like, for example, in the state of Iraq, there's oil. And so there's Western multinational corporations that wanted to get in there and do some of the development of that, and that whatever role that may have played. But in terms of geopolitics in the region, the U.S., does it really need to have troops in Iraq? Really, does it really? I mean, and why are we why are we saber rattling against a country, Iran, that Israel feels is a mortal enemy and threat, but is not really a threat directly to the United States? Yes, they do chant death to America, but it's because of the fact that America supports Israel, and America subverted the government in Iran in 1953. If you don't know the story, Iran owned its own oil. It had state-owned industry, just like the Egyptians now own the Suez Canal, and they didn't before. The Iranians owned their own oil, and Mohammad Mossadegh was the leader in 1953. The U.S. overthrew him, organized a coup, and ever since then, they had a pro-U.S. dictator that was, by the way, very repressive and eliminated any political opposition. He sounds like he was this great guy who instilled all these Western reforms. Not so. But he was the U.S.'s lackey, compliant vassal state for the next 26 years until the revolution in 1979. And then, of course, the U.S. hates that because now its interests in the region are pushed out, and the oil is now nationalized and owned and operated by the Iranian government. So if you don't know, that's usually the situation. It's almost always about resources and about protecting greed and power. Now, Israel in the region right now seems to want to do whatever the hell it wants to do. And the reason it's able to do that is because of the United States. So when Iran says death to America, it's not because they just happen to hate Westerners. It's because, one, we are interfering in their internal affairs, which we shouldn't have been doing. And secondly, we support the country that wants to see them gone.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what it's all about. It's all about, I mean, look at you, Chip. You're a veteran. What are you getting at? What did you get out of war? Are they taking care of you? Are they taking care of you? Did they give you money the way they collecting money off of our asses?
Unfortunately, no.
Exactly. So I don't understand why people's like some people are for war, but with the soldiers don't get nothing out of this. They don't get nothing out of this. When they become veterans, they don't get shit. The only people that get shit is the rich people, the gun supplying companies, the companies that make the weapons, and the governments, the people in Congress, the people in the Senate. They're the ones who get rich. We don't get nothing. Our tax dollars, we pay taxes. They don't even pay taxes. So what do we get out of war? Nothing.
Yeah,
It just pisses me off. It just pisses me off when people think, oh, the U.S. is going to kick their ass. No, but you're not thinking that we're going to lose soldiers. We're going to lose, a mother's going to lose her son. A mother's going to lose her daughter. The children are going to lose their fathers or mothers. That's what you need to think about.
That right before you even send the first person over, or the first daughter, the first son, the first child over, okay, before we even do that, understand we're the money producing workforce in the mechanism that funds the propped up state of Israel and its illegal occupation of Palestine. How do we do that as citizens of the United States? Our tax money acts as essentially a credit card, okay? When private corporations and wealthy groups want to sell their stuff to Israel, and Israel says, sure, I'll buy it. Send me the bill. No worries. We'll put the bill right here in this appropriation, and that way it'll be backed by the American taxpayer dollar. We are funding this. We're actually not only the bank, we're also the credit card, and we're the working force that puts the deposits in the bank so that it would support a credit card payment, right? So it's that insidious, and that is why it's going to be so hard for people to pull away from this. That if you step outside right now and you pay taxes in some way, 1/16th, 132nd, 1/64th of that penny of tax that goes in collectively gathers together over time and somehow puts out over the course since 1946. You know, I ran the numbers yesterday after I spoke because I owed a lot of homework there, Chip. So I did a tally and actually verified it. And the State Department actually has a document out that shows that on average since 1946, the United States government, if you average it by year, since 1946 to 2022 only, we're not even counting the last 2 years, okay? We, on average, have given to Israel $2.5 billion per year since 1946. Holy mackerel. $2.5 billion per year since 1946. People, I don't need to do that for you. Quickly multiply that out. 74 years times 2.5 billion, divide it by 330 million, and see how much of that is your individual money that just got sent over there.
That is that's a lot of money, right? That's a lot of money. And the question is, why? Why is it this one country of all the others? Why does it get so much disproportionate foreign aid? Why? That's a good question to ask, right? Just one sec. So, yeah, Mary, please go ahead.
just wanted, in my opinion, the U.S. and Israel, they just want to take over the Middle East, and so they can be more powerful and more rich, and all it's going to create is hate, 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 hate. And it's not their land. The Middle East is for the Middle Eastern people. Leave the Middle East alone. You have no business in the Middle East, and you never had business in the Middle East. We never had business in the Middle East. But the same way America doesn't like nobody coming to their land and destroying their land and stealing their sources, well, the same thing goes for everybody. The way you want for yourself, you have to want for others. You can't be greedy and want everything for yourself and not give to others. That's wrong.
Mary, you're talking about looking at the world from a humanistic equality and equity and inclusion standpoint. Unfortunately, we live in a world that has a system in place of geopolitical power and also economic power. Right. I want to hop back and give you an idea of the importance of Iran when Chip was bringing up that history, and I hope a lot of people paid attention to that. But I want to back up Chip even more and let everyone know we're not talking about a spot of oil underneath Iran that belongs to the Iranian people. We're not talking about some little spot of oil here, people. We're talking about what is estimated to be almost 30% of the oil available on Earth.
Okay, the voice.
Right?
Who does it belong
So
to?
when you want to talk about why the United States wants geopolitical and military control of the area, it's very deeply ingrained. It has not only to do with power and control, it has also to do with planning out the next 30 to 50 years, right? They want conquest of that. They want control of that. They want some measure of control, even if it's control of flow. And why? Well, look. They've got to contend with another power that none of us are talking about right now, okay? Saudi Arabia is a massive power, and Saudi Arabia is now in a position under MBS to flex its might and flex its growth in a way you're never seen before in the last 100 years, okay? This is what geopolitical planning is about. While we struggle to understand why this massacre and all of these situations are happening to us in near time, they, the ones in control, are looking down the line and going, how do we survive in the position we are in as the greatest country and the biggest power in the world 50 years from now, 100 years from now, 150 years from now? And that requires you to look at humans like pawns on a chessboard. Okay? You cannot look at humans like humans, because you need humans to produce what you want, to achieve the goals that you need. And history shows that, the way it works is humans die for progress, right? That's not saying it's good. That's not saying we shouldn't change. We all want to change, believe me. But the powers that be, this is the conversation I spoke about before. If 10 million of us protested tomorrow in Washington, D.C., would that change any laws whatsoever? Knowing that Monday when they wake up, they'll go ahead and collect the taxes no matter what? And that's the system you're in.
Okay, and if 10 million of us protest and we don't pay taxes, are they going to arrest all of us? No. And plus, who does the oil belong to in Iran? It belongs to Iran. We have no business there. It's not ours for us to go take. And us, the people, we need to put a stop to this. We need to put a stop to this.
Hey, Mary, I'm gonna insert a piece of reality here that a lot of people are not gonna like. Have you ever had the government freeze your bank account before?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you that I've had clients.
Because I have no money for them to freeze.
No. But that's the point, Mary. That's the point. They don't need you to have money to freeze. If you're part of the protesting group, they'll just freeze you out of any money you have. Do you understand? That's the power of the system that you and I live in, and we participate in, and we fund, and we interact with. right? So the ability for the United States government to wake up tomorrow morning, identify all 10 million people because, you know, you have AI, facial recognition technology, you carry a phone, I carry a phone, we're regular average citizen, we don't hide our identity, so therefore our names are related to our phone accounts, right? Their ability to reach out within 2 clicks and freeze you out of all of your assets, no matter if your assets is $5 or $500,000 or $5 million, is instantaneous. Understand that that's the world you live in right now. And I'm not trying to shut down your voice. I support everything you say 1000%. I absolutely support it. Okay? I wish we all would leave it alone and go that way and actually think that, oh, it's okay, Iran has their own oil and leave it alone. Even if 99% of us feel that way, you're conditioned to believe that your 99% voice will have some effect, when in actuality we live in a system in which, you know, industries, corporations, and special interests set up laws, lobbies, and spending. That's where we are. It's hard to see that, but that's where we are, and it's very frustrating. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
somebody.
we are dealing with psychopaths. All of them, the heads of the world, they're all psychopaths, and they all nuke each other. What are we gonna get out of it? What are we gonna get out of it? That's a possibility, you know?
Yeah, good points. One quick question. I heard somebody say this once, and this is something I found very funny. It says, this is from the United States perspective. You mentioned about Iran, it's being their oil. Somebody said, what are those people doing living on our oil? So that was pretty funny. And then somebody mentioned in the comments about the truckers' protest in Canada. So I wanted to share this story if people don't know it. But during the C-19 pandemic, the Canadian government put out a requirement for everybody in most industries to get the injection, what do you want to call it. And a lot of people didn't want to do it because it wasn't tested, they weren't sure, whatever, personal bodily autonomy. But these truckers were told, and they're by themselves in a truck for God's sakes, right? But they were told if you don't do it, you can't continue to operate your business or your vehicle. And they got pissed. And so there was a whole convoy, truckers convoy, that got put together to block a bridge that went between the United States and Canada. And they came in and arrested all the truckers. But they also went online and they found out anybody who was expressing support on social media, and not only for the truckers, but anyone who supported them and their families, they froze all their financial assets, just like Voice was just saying. And people say, well, that wouldn't happen here. It just happened. It just happened in recent history. So can it happen? You better believe it. Now, one of the things that can stop the public from stepping up and trying to push back against some or all of the things we're outlining here is something like that. Imagine right now if you go out and go to DC for the 10 million person protest or wherever it gets done, and you come home and you try to go buy something down the street, get a cup of coffee, declined. Like, what? Call your bank, sorry, your card's no longer active. You go to withdraw some money from an ATM, card won't work. You're like, oh smokes, what am I supposed to do? You go to your friend, want to borrow some money, maybe the friend can loan you $100 for a few days, but how long is that going to last you? How long can you last out the system freezing you out? You can't. Yeah, and so yeah, I agree. Cash is a really important asset because, obviously if you try to use everything being digitized, it gives ultimate control to somebody who controls the digitization, right? And also, the other thing about digitized assets, and we'll go back to the main point, is that every time a transaction gets done using a credit card, or there's a financial company who takes a service fee, anywhere between like 2.5% and 3.5% in total. It gets divided up between a few institutions. But that anytime you pay with cash, guess who gets a fee? Nobody. Nobody gets a fee. Now the business owner has to deal with paying somebody to count the cash and take it to the bank and that kind of stuff. So that's an expense. And a lot of places are going off of cash for that reason. But the financial companies want everybody to use credit cards or whatever. They want to, by the way, eventually it's going to be some sort of, in this part of your body, that it won't be a credit card. It'll be like a little personal thing. But that's what's going on. And they're trying to push for more and more control of the financial system. And that's a big tool of leverage against the public, right? If you can't access your money, or can't spend your money outside of a certain region based on a geofence or whatever the case may be, that's a lot of control somebody has over you, right? So the more centralized the financial system is, the worse it is for the citizens, and the more powerful it is for the interests who want to control the citizens. Mary, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm just like thinking, yeah, you're right, absolutely right. And I think that's gonna happen soon, but if whoever has money, and if you guys can invest in gold, your best bet is investing in gold, because once all this hits, your dollar bill is gonna be worthless. That's my opinion, and I think Chip is gonna agree with me with that. So I don't know.
Yeah, anytime you have, well, just so you know, all assets, stocks, bonds, cash, they're going up. We have an all-time high that just hit on the stock market. If you don't know, the S&P 500 just hit an all-time high yesterday. But in terms of real dollars, in terms of gold, if you divide the S&P by gold, it's nowhere near an all-time high. And gold is the ultimate arbiter. It's like a seesaw. As inflation goes down, as inflation goes up, gold goes up, because it counteracts it. So if you price the S&P 500, do that. Go to Google chart, type in S&P 500 in gold. Oh, just one sec. Look up there. So if you look at something in a constant asset value, not the dollar, but the value of gold in dollars, you'll see that the S&P 500 is nowhere near its all-time high. So that's an interesting thing to do as far as the S&P versus gold. I like to look at that. But yeah, the US dollar, by the way, is in a very precarious situation. It's not going to crash overnight. I mean, there may be conflict that takes place that causes, huge undulations, but its slow and steady erosion of value is coming, and it's happening. It's exactly like someone with dementia. It always gets worse, and it starts to get worse quicker towards the end. And what we're seeing with Joe Biden, you're going to see this exact same experience, because I saw my dad go through it before he died. Same exact thing, and it gets bad fast. And so you got to figure out what you're going to do. Now, as far as hard assets are concerned, what can you do to counterbalance that? If you're someone who has your assets in dollars, like stocks or retirement portfolio or cash or whatever, owning physical assets like gold, like a house, I wouldn't say transportation like boats, but certain specialty transportation, yes, maybe a four-wheel vehicle that would be very useful in the case of somebody has to do farming. That would have value. Maybe a truck that doesn't have the chip inside of it, so you can start it no matter what's going on with the grid. That would be good. Stuff that really has value to people. Maybe some tools, maybe some skills, maybe some key ability to provide things like, heaters that will burn things like wood pellets. If you have a good, that would sell to people in a problem, because they wouldn't have gas or electric heat, right? So these kind of things are very practical. Start to think from a practical standpoint. If you want to do work, if you want to survive don't go get a degree in computer science. That's BS. Go figure out how to fix a light switch as a plumber, or be a plumber, or be a air conditioner specialist, or whatever it may be. That's real work that can't be outsourced and can't be done with AI. You can't outsource an air conditioning repair person to China, and you can't use AI to fix an air conditioner that breaks down. That's real work. We're all told we have to go to college to be successful. Spend, $150,000, go into student loan debt. That's the banking system wanting to make money off the education system. And by the way, most people who get out of college right now can't find a good job anyway. They can find a job, but they can't find a good job. And a job isn't a job, right? You can work 3 jobs at a low wage and make enough to make a regular job, but you're working 90 hours a week, which is obviously unsustainable, right? So therein lies the problem. And by the way, if you don't know what's happening right now, and this has been announced recently, I follow the markets, so this is why I hear all this stuff. Many companies are announcing massive layoffs. Massive layoffs. Why are they doing that? They're anticipating the slowdown in growth coming up, and it's coming. So there's going to be a big pullback in our economy in the next couple of years, and you can see the writing on the wall right now. And a lot of the stuff that's happening is because of AI. If you have a bunch of staff writers or staff attorneys that do like writing up paper for different court cases, that's gone. Any sort of basic skill set that can be done through automation is going to be gone. Go to the stores now. 10 years ago, how many stores had self-checkout? None. The grocery stores, you stand in line, there'd be a cashier that would help scan your items. They would, help you bag your stuff, take your money, and that was that. 90% of the stuff now maybe has a few of those aisles, if you're lucky. Like you go to Home Depot, there's no checkers anymore. There's one person that stands outside this whole group of self-service things and helps if there's a problem. That's one employee instead of 9 before. Think about that for a second. What impact does it have when people whose lives are based on having to pay bills, there's no job anymore? Like those jobs are just gone. So as the corporations find ways to outsource production elsewhere, like they have in China and Mexico and Vietnam, etc., and now they're actually able to eliminate most of the workers at all. Go to McDonald's, not that I go there, but I've read articles about it. And they have these kiosks now where you can place your order, and other places now, and then they're going to start to go with employee-less systems altogether, no cashiers. So you prepay your order, you wait in line, and then some kid from the back brings it up to you. And they may even have a system that just delivers it through a little conveyor belt, and then you grab your food and they call your name or number out. And maybe you get a ticket that you have to scan to open the door or something like that. So whatever. If I was running a company and my only goal was to make money, that's what I would do. Now, obviously, the problem is that the incentives for a corporation and for the wealthy are totally different than the incentives of what's good for the broader society. That's our problem. And all of the systems and all of the laws and all of the benefits are working towards those ends, not the betterment of society. And I opened today talking about the ecological situation we find ourselves in. The systems we have don't serve community, they serve accumulation of capital. And Midwestern Marx and others on this platform talk about this a lot. And it doesn't have to be that way. We've been cajoled into a system being told it's the best of the worst and that no other systems are possible. That's bullshit. It just so happens that when any other competitive systems try to emerge to compete with capital, they get knocked out by governments who don't want that to happen. And we're told that they're autocratic or they're communist or they're evil or they're hurt their own people. They get vilified. And then the US can justify, changing the circumstances to basically serve the same model that's serving the wealthy class. So the problem that we're in is not left, right. It's not all this other bullshit. It's class. And so this is what Karl Marx referred to. If you go back and read, communist theory, the Communist Manifesto, not that I'm some raging, alternative political thinker, but he says that the key thing is consciousness. You have to raise consciousness of the class against the oligarchy, the ownership, the capitalist class. And by the way, I'm not against somebody competing and creating innovation through competition. I think that's a good thing. And you can still have that in a system that's more socially oriented. And really what we need to do is we need to take this back from these people. Right now, if you go spend money, you have to go to a chain store. If you're where do you buy stuff right now? You probably go to Amazon. It's convenient. It's relatively cheap. You probably go to the Home Depot for your hardware stuff. You probably go to chain food stores or restaurants, right? Because there's a lot of them, and it's hard to pick something that's not. So, and if you go any place in the United States, this is the sad part. If somebody could drop you with a blindfold, you have no idea, and you would have no idea what town you're in. Because it all looks the same. Go to Florida, go to some other place in Texas. It always the same developments, Taco Bell and KFC and Home Depot. It's just all these corporate places. And where does that money go? It doesn't stay in the community. It goes to Wall Street. Who owns the shares in Wall Street? Well, yes, some people who work for a living have a 401k, or maybe if you're a student, you may have one of these other systems. But for the most part, it's high net worth people. So most of every dollar that we spend locally now goes into the pockets of the wealthiest people in the world. Think about that for a second. It's a vacuum cleaner of transfer of money from the bottom and middle parts of society towards the top. That's why these numbers have gotten out of control. So then the question is, well, what do we do? How can we change that? Well, it's hard not to buy something if the only choices are corporate store A, B, C, D, and E, and you have one that you can drive 30 miles out of town and spend twice as much, right? That's not a great choice. So we have to start building businesses to compete against these entities at the local level. And it's not easy, but then we need to have a system of local money control, not centralized banking control, that allows us to lend money in good faith to people to start these entities, that they can survive the upstart phase and they don't get crushed by the corporate competitors. And over time, you get more customers to agree to buy the goods at the lower level and not these crazy chain stores, realizing that it's not in our interest collectively to give all our money to rich people. But everybody in society right now in the power are trying to stop that from happening. Every law that gets passed, every single thing, and even the voting process is controlled by the same moneyed interests. So we get corporate candidate A or corporate candidate B, both of which want to crush unions, both of which want to give tax incentives to the wealthiest people, or they're forced to. And it's heads they win, tails we lose. I talk about this all the time. All right, I'm ranting. The guests aren't getting to speak, but 1 second, there's 3 more guests in the queue. Let's bring some people up, but real quickly before I do that, thanks for being patient guests. Again, my name's Chip Barnes. Talk about geopolitics, talk about domestic politics, talk about the Israel-Palestine conflict, a bunch of other stuff, and just life in general. And I'm online 6 days a week. There's a little schedule posted in my videos. It says my live schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, from 8 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, like today, it's going to be from 12 noon until about 2 p.m. I usually go a little longer on the weekend because I can do it. So today, if we have a bunch of guests, I'll go until the guests get a chance to say what they want to say. Sometimes I've gone from 12 noon until 7 or 8 p.m., which I'm not going to do today. I have some other stuff I need to get done. But also, I want to let you know these are all recorded. So if you came in midway and you want to either review it or go back and find out what the earlier part of the conversation was, they're usually posted up on my YouTube and my Rumble channels within 24 hours. A lot sooner, usually. And they're usually between 2 and 4 hours, so it's a lot of content. And I'd love to have somebody who can help me break out the little segments that are issue specific. If you're someone who's good at video editing or you know how to do stuff online, feel free to reach out. My email, speaking of that, is through my Linktree. And what is my Linktree? It's the link in my bio that gives you all of the shortcuts to my social media. So if you look at the main page where my videos are in my bio, beneath that it says Linktree Chip Barnes, and there's a little clickable chain if you're in the United States. So you can just click on that, it'll take you to the page of the list of things. And then if you're outside the US, unfortunately that clickable link is not there. I don't know why. But people have told me that. So if you look in my bio, I've written out the characters with the Linktree. You just have to type those characters into your web browser, and then if you hit enter, it'll take you to that same place. The first 5 or 6 entries are social media. The middle ones are groups on a free messaging app called Telegram, which talks about these very issues we're talking about, and it's good to get involved because why wouldn't you? And then the last ones are some donation links. I'm trying to build a community of very small donations, like most independent content creators, so that I can do this more than I have to do other work to make my normal monthly bills, which are very small, by the way, for someone who's 56-year-old living in America. By the way, the cost of living in America, if you don't know, is outrageous. If you move to a country like, let's say, Mexico or Cambodia, Vietnam, you move to, a lot of people go to Thailand, other South American countries, it's like a third to half of what it costs to live here for most things. And they usually provide free health care. This country is basically a racket where they extort money from the working class up to the wealthy class, but in so many more ways at inflated prices. My phone bill, I'm not kidding you, my phone bill for this phone right now, I have unlimited data. I have to do it because if I walk outside right now, it'll interrupt the live if I use my Wi-Fi. So for days when I have to walk the dog, I have to do it that way. My phone and my internet is $202 a month. No TV, just internet and phone, $200 a month. In South Korea, you know what that costs? $31. $31 a month for unlimited internet and phone access. 31 bucks. So it's more than 6 times as expensive in the United States. That's crazy, right? Yeah, I know I'm paying too much. I got it. But, I've had this, I'm grandfathered into an unlimited data plan that I can't find anywhere else. They don't do it because people like me are very heavy data users. I'm online all the time. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling. Let me bring up some of the other guests. One last thing, I want to mention this to you. If you're somebody who watches this frequently and you like what you see, please share it with others. And please go to my videos. If you watch my video, if you like one of my videos, please repost it. And then if you can leave a comment of like 5 words or more and say like, hey, good job on your video or whatever, that drastically boosts the reach of a video. And also, of course, hit the like button. But I don't know if you want to use the word shadow ban or my reach is being limited. And I'm not trying to, it's not about me, but it's about the message we're trying to get out and some of the truthful things that I like to talk about. It's important that people hear this stuff because most people, not that it's their fault, they just haven't had the luck that I've had to cross some of the terrain. And this is a way for them to start crossing that terrain, to hear from people like me and others who talk about these things that most people just don't even think to think about. So I'd appreciate you doing that. In that vein, if you don't mind, and I'll get to the next guest after this last question or statement, could you please tap on my face to create the likes? Thank you very much. We're at 33,000. Let's get up to 50K. We have about 250 people here. If you could, thank you. And then if you can share the video, share the live. If you hold down your finger on the middle of the screen for about a half a second, a list of all of your mutuals will come up. And then you can just invite people like you see that Farah is doing here. Thank you, Faraj. I appreciate that. Real easy to do, doesn't cost you a penny, and then you can, get more people in, which is what we want to do. Okay, and then lastly, there's a little orange heart at the top of the screen next to my name. I didn't know this, but somebody told me. I'm clueless when it comes to TikTok. But if you tap that orange heart, and you have to give 1 coin, it brings up a little list of things. It costs 2 cents, I think, so it's no big deal. If you do that, there's like 3 or 4 tasks. If you do those little tasks, it takes about 30 seconds. That drastically increases the presence of somebody's live because of interaction. I don't know why. It seems kind of stupid to me, but that's how TikTok does it. So with that in mind, let's get back to our next guest here. Thanks for being patient, voice. Let's go to Hublai Khan. I think that's Khan. And then Kristen, and then Palestinian American, then Gandu. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
Well, interesting news after that settler conference in Israel. Universal condemnation from the UK, France, the US, and Canada for Daniela Weiss and her extreme settler group who claim Nile to Euphrates for endless expansion of the Zionist state. As I predicted, I think last time I was up, the ICJ ruling really lays out a knife's edge that they can stab themselves on, and I think they've done that. You have Israeli cabinet not just openly defying ICJ, but defying the entire concept of genocide law and planning an ethnic cleansing or extermination of Gaza out in the open. And I think that sets the stage for a very harsh ICJ ruling against Israel. It's hard to imagine any judge, even from Israel, not being willing to sign off on some kind of extreme sanctioning measure. And if you think about what the court might do with a 9-8 or a 10-7 or a 12-5 vote, it's pretty hard to find even 5 justices who would stand up to justify what just happened with this settler conference. So I think it's open defiance of the ICJ at this point, and Israel risks having every ambassador in the world ejected, losing its UN seat, Palestine being granted a UN seat, just so that Palestine can be bound at the ICJ, so that
For the audience, can you explain what the settler conference was? Many people may not know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there are several small religious Zionist parties. Roughly, I forget the name of the main group that Daniela Weiss runs, but she's been, since the days of Ariel Sharon and Netanyahu, she's been a very active collaborator against the two-state solution and claiming not just all of Gaza and the West Bank for exclusive Jewish settling, but also literally, if you look at the maps from any of these people, they all claim from the Nile River, which Israel did conquer in nearly 2 and 56, to the Euphrates River, which Harry Truman repeatedly says was the demand made behind closed doors for the state in 1948. And that's the sort of maximum biblical land claim, shall we say, that these groups always make out in the open. And now that we have this sort of jubilant victory conference of what you might call dancing Israelis, to celebrate their victory of flattening Gaza and, in their view, inevitably turning all the population into refugees, to be followed immediately by the West Bank, actually. That's explicit in their plans. So these people have all now come out and kind of outed themselves, not just the 750K people in the West Bank, but the ones who are in Israel proper as it is presently legally defined, who want to also put in settlements into Gaza, where there used to be some until the early 2000s. And the plan is literally to turn it into basically a massive resort town for themselves. It's a deeply selfish and psychopathic agenda. And the world pretty much is at the point where it should be defining these groups as a terrorist group. The Nile to Euphrates claim the impunity the settlers have in executing civilians in the West Bank. You know, any movement is defined by the impunity of its extremists. Like, it doesn't matter if only 5% of Israeli society is these people or 5% of Ukraine is Nazis. What matters is that there's extreme impunity. So this 5% can just, or even the 0.5% can act with impunity and ultimately count on the fact that they'll never be prosecuted by the state. So that's what defines Ukrainian nationalism or Israeli nationalism at this point. Like, you have to take responsibility for the most extreme people that you have offered impunity to. So like when the USSR crushed Nazi Germany, they weren't asking questions about how Nazi are you. I mean, every German was in some sense responsible for what the very extreme 0.5% of ultra Nazis had done. They were all held responsible for it collectively in the war. And this is what the fate I think Israel is facing and Ukraine is close to both facing, that they failed to bring in their extremists with impunity, and now the entire national mission and identity is subject to extreme terminal judgment by the world. Now, Israeli nationalism is receiving that judgment now, and it may not be long before something similar happens in East Europe. But this is a kind of similar situation with Minsk Accords and Oslo Accords, both being insincere conclusions to a conflict that were then
Yeah.
exploited to build a generation of like racist, religious, bigot child soldiers who then are just shoved at, an indigenous or a long settled people, resulting in these intractable conflicts. And the USA just has to abandon both, in my view, if Biden wants any hope of re-election, and if there's ever to be peace in either the Mideast or East Europe.
Well, speaking of Biden, yeah, you raised some important points. So, someone in the comments said nobody is celebrating. It's not that the entire Israeli population is celebrating the damage and destruction in Gaza. It's that this small radical subset who met at this particular this particular gathering to express not only their happiness as what's been happening, but their desire to settle both Gaza as well as the West Bank. So their thinking is that there's no stopping them because all of this territory in this regional Greater Israel, Eretz Israel project is theirs. And so it's just an assumption. It's an afterthought. So, but you mentioned Joe Biden. This is an interesting point. I wanted to come back and ask you a question. So first of all, do you believe that that those who are leading up the right-wing elements of both the settler groups as well as those in power right now, Bezalel Smotrich, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Benjamin Netanyahu, and others. First of all, do you believe that they're supremacists? And then secondly, if Biden doesn't do something more to intervene in this, to slow the roll of the Israelis, do you think that he has a chance, or do you think that someone else will take his place because of his health conditions or his political inability to be elected?
Well, that's a hard question, and it depends a lot on the internal thinking of the Democratic Party, and also how much leverage does Anthony Blinken have. His father was closely associated with the Maxwell Epstein sort of CIA project that creates a big pile of blackmail, essentially, in Whitney Webb's analysis over the last 30 years. And Blinken is very much a part of that. He and William Barr, for the Republicans, their fathers are a big part of creating that network. So it kind of depends on what the thinking is of these extreme deep state sort of insiders is how much of a liability is Kiev or Jerusalem at this point. So I think they have to make a geopolitical decision of, are they going to risk permanently losing East Europe, permanently losing Arabia, in order to sustain support for these extremists. And I'm gonna actually push back on this point that, this is only a small group, these celebrating characters in Israel. It simply doesn't matter. I mean, the analogy is the KKK in the United States. I mean, most racist segregationist Americans in the 1960s did not support KKK assassinations of, say, 4 little girls at Birmingham, right? Like if you held a poll of hardcore KKK, very few of them would have said they supported that. But because that happened and those people were shielded and had impunity, the entire racist and segregationist movement bears not just moral but full legal responsibility for actually doing that. So the reason that Johnson was able to put in the Voting Rights Act and impose genuine voter equality was because of the impunity offered to those extremists. So this is a very similar situation to what Israel is in. Those people literally define the word Zionism now. That is a legal formal definition. I will guarantee you that the ICJ will say Zionism equals the impunity acts of its extremists only. It's not a democratic movement. It doesn't poll every Zionist to see what to do. It lets extremists do horrific things and then it backs them up. So just like the KKK, the horrific events are the movement and it must be exterminated, either internally or externally. And the US was able to do it internally by crushing groups like the KKK's militant arms. I think Israel now must do exactly the same thing. And international, before we start to see Western governments declare the settlers a terrorist group, before UN travel bans go in, before these people are arrested and detained and interrogated, and Israeli cabinet members' involvement is there. That's what we're on the edge of. I could easily see a country like France declaring the settler group a T group, full stop. Like that could happen. today. It could happen one day after an ICJ ruling too, since they're in open defiance of it. So it simply doesn't matter. I want to exterminate this idea that it doesn't matter what average people think Zionism is in Israel. It matters what the extremists are able to do with impunity. And that impunity has to end now. So Biden has done the right thing. Back to Biden. He's done the right thing by declaring that settlers who commit crimes in the West Bank are going to be treated, with extreme sanction by the US because that blunts the extremism. The problem is it can't rely on criminal conviction in Israel because these people aren't being charged in Israel. You need to see things like charges against the settler leaders in other countries, like in the ICC, advanced by countries like Spain that assert universal jurisdiction. You've got to blunt that edge. Otherwise, you're guaranteed to head to a civil war or to a declaration from the Western and other countries, maybe even from China or Russia, that these are terrorist groups and will be dealt with being basically hit by missiles from orbit. And that's
it could be. Yeah, that very well could happen. Now, by the way, I don't know if I'm speaking for the audience, but just for myself, I find you incredibly knowledgeable and incredibly articulate, and so I would like to give you an invitation if you're open to it to email me, and I'd like to schedule either a live or maybe a Zoom for a longer form to have a discussion about some of these broader issues, because I think you have a lot to contribute to the conversation. Unfortunately, in this forum, as much as I'd like to talk to you for an hour, because we have others that want to get in, I have to kind of give some shared time.
I think I got to the essence of it. Thanks, Chip.
Yeah. Would you be open to emailing me so we can schedule something?
We'll have to talk about it. I have some professional background reasons for not making myself too publicly visible because, many people who are knowledgeable on this issue, we have, shall we say, contacts and information that arise that may be lost if we're too visibly associated with advocacy.
Understood. Totally understood. No, either way, it's always voluntary, of course, but I just, in terms of your ability to contribute, you have an exceptional ability to speak clearly, so I appreciate you doing it.
Hey,
thank you.
Hey, Chip, if
Thanks
I may, Hublai, I had a quick question. Given the realities.
Oh, sorry. I accidentally disconnected him before I heard you say that you were going to ask him a question.
Yeah, I was just asking an open question, and maybe you can chime in on this, Chip. But going on with what Hublai was just sharing with us, given the realities of the situation and the U.S. having such tremendous thumbs down power on anything that the UN comes up with, right?
Yeah.
Literally the ability to thumbs down a resolution, thumbs down whatever that the UN comes up with. ICJ, look, it's already very, very clear. You can hear it from Vice's voice. You can hear it from reports back on both from their media as well as ours regarding conversations with Blinken. They are taking a position of ignoring whatever's coming down the pike. Right. They will continue to do what they do. Given the realities of that situation and that they have the big, giant imperialistic stick in their corner, what happens if... the question is, short of Biden or Congress or whatever body is capable of saying, hey, you know what? As of tomorrow morning, we freeze all banking having anything to do with Israel. We freeze all shipments to Israel having anything to do with weapons. Short of the U.S. actually doing that, the U.S. will continue to be complicit, because what Biden said about holding settlers accountable, exactly like Hublai said, how are you going to do that? They're being prosecuted through their internal court system, which has to go out and get them, which they're not doing. They're actually reserving land for them.
I agree with that assessment that it's not particularly hopeful, but two things I would point out. One is the ICJ process under the Genocide Convention is almost immune to Security Council vetoes, because anything the Security Council doesn't do, the General Assembly can do. It's a unique law in that respect. If the ICJ finds out that genocide is occurring, then the UN General Assembly has jurisdiction and can override the UN Security Council, and it's almost the only situation where that can happen. So the UNGA could literally eject Israel, and there is no veto at the UN Security Council. And this is what happened to Yugoslavia in its civil war and happened to apartheid South Africa. So there's definitely a legal track that it can occur. The U.S. cannot force countries to accept Israeli ambassadors, and it can't force the UN General Assembly to keep an ambassador. So that there is a real recourse there. As far as Biden's concerned, he's going to have to make geopolitical calculations. Is this small group of extremists who is literally smearing all more moderate forms of Zionism, even Likud River to Sea Zionism, is being smeared with this Nile to Euphrates ultra extremist Zionism. He's gonna have to cut them loose somehow, some way, some when. If the Israeli system internally can't do it, that just means that that state, which has no borders, then no constitution, was already in internal turmoil regarding the role of the legislature and Supreme Court, is going to have a new constitution imposed. And maybe that constitution is called Pali-Stein, right? Stein for the Jewish part. But regardless of how you do it, it fundamentally is a problem that has to be solved. And the US cares probably more about Qatar and its base there. It cares more about the oil flow through the Strait of Hormuz to its allies in Europe. All of these things ultimately weigh more, especially as the American Jewish community turns more and more against at least the extreme forms of Zionism. So I think that the U.S. does not have unilateral superpower ability here. Do not overestimate what they can do. They have not been able to enable Ukraine to win against Russia. They will not be able to enable a country of, less than 10 million people to prevail against all of their enraged neighbors if the settlers' plan comes to pass and 2.3 million people are shoved into the Sinai. I mean, there's 1 million men just in the Houthis that could invade the whole Negev tomorrow if they could get to it. Like, the geopolitical situation is incredibly fragile. So I don't think it matters. The UN Security Council veto is literally nothing at this point. If the ICJ finds that it is genocide, then all bets are off. I think the state of Israel essentially is negotiating its own existence immediately. And if they want to be in a good position to negotiate their existence, they will have to cut the settlers loose. I think they're geopolitically untenable now.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that further education. That's a lot of great information. Also, your view on that just gave me the ability to kind of see it in a wider angle, and I really appreciate
If
that.
I can make a last note to this,
Yeah, please.
the reason that the West now wants to recognize some Palestinian state with some border is because only admitted UN members are ICJ signatories, and only such members can be bound. So the ICJ can tell Palestine to remit the hostages in a formal order if and only if they have a state. Right now, they have the standing of a stateless resistance, which gives them immense power and no accountability. So one of the main reasons that the laws exist as they do internationally is to force states to unwillingly recognize states so that they can hold them accountable in an international framework. It's international law. You got to be a nation to be bound by it. So this recognition isn't being driven by kindness. They'll probably try to recognize a limited Bantustan with limited borders and no rights of return or whatever. But anything that will allow them to bind Palestine at the ICJ so that they can make a minimal order, at least for the hostages, and somehow quiet this down. That's their motive. But you see, then, and that's the case, then the H group has played it perfectly. They've achieved state recognition in order to be held accountable. And that geopolitically shows extreme diplomatic and strategic skill, even at the great losses they've suffered. And so you have to respect people who get themselves onto the map from such a disadvantaged military position. These are formidable diplomats and strategic thinkers if that's what they're able to do.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that view. We need to get someone else in here who's been very patient. We have, I think it's Gandu and then Palestinian American. So Gandu, thank you for being so patient. How would you like to interject? Maybe let me see if I make sure your mic is off. It didn't come back up. Maybe he is away from his device. So Palestinian American, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. This is unbelievable. I really, really love that analysis that was done by Hubla Khan. I think that is amazing. I honestly, I was listening to him all the way through, and every word, every second of that discussion. And I just want, because I mean he opened up my eyes into multiple things. I don't want to go through all of them, but um, I just want to see his perspective on on the ceasefire and how how are they negotiating the ceasefire, and what is the role of the U.S. versus Israel, and where Hamas is going to be landing on that discussion. I would be very much interested in knowing what his perspective is.
Oh, are you there? He left. He took off. He probably has some other stuff to do. It's interesting what he said, though. He said that because of his relationships and how he's able to come across some of these thoughts, that he was less willing to put himself in a position where that could harm those sources or harm those relationships. So we have to be, I guess, willing to accept those realities when it comes to somebody who's super in the know. But yeah, I would love to actually have a show where I literally come on, say hi, and then put him on and just sit back and listen, because he's really good. Maybe he dropped off accidentally. Yeah, he's back. But when you guys finish this next thought, I just want to give Sam a chance to speak up, because we want to give everybody a chance. But please, if you want to come on and share one more thought. I think you fell off or something.
Yeah, sorry, I keep dropping to leave other people room and then get asked questions. This I think will be the last one for today, though. Sorry, Chip. With respect to the ceasefire, I'm in favor of it at this point because we now have these commitments in the West for this recognition and this pushing Palestine into a true state of nationhood where it can be bound by the ICJ and be a full party to the ICJ cases. And then that's at that point we now can negotiate at an international level legally and are no longer engaged in a military struggle necessarily. It can be handled at the table. The reason for a 6 month or so ceasefire would be immensely helpful is simply because of education. Right now, a high proportion of American Jews in particular still support Zionism and the State of Israel. But now that the Settler Conference has happened and the true face of this movement is out there and the true goals that it has are stated, and the complete incompatibility of those goals with genocide law, for instance, ethnic cleansing is impossible. You can't advocate this at all legally. And the ICJ specifically ordered Israel not to do it. So every day, is another group of people, especially in the United States and UK, who can see that this is Zionism now. There is no lesser definition. It's not a nice home for the Jewish people. It's not even just river to sea. Until these people are removed totally from the political equation, they define Zionism. There is 6 whole months to crush them. And I mean crush them. I mean they will have no customers. They will have no friends. They should be allowed in no country. Their entire religious perspective should be dissected and exterminated. 6 months is a lot of time to do that. Just the same as we had time to examine what the extreme nationalists in Ukraine really wanted, including invading Crimea and ethnic cleansing the Russian population there for 250 years, including cleansing the Donbass of its population that's been there for that long. Like these goals become revealed by the way the leaders speak. And over time, you saw what this did. You saw with Ukraine, the flags were all out for the beginning when people didn't understand the situation. As they realized Minsk Accords were sabotaged, extremists and child soldiers were funded, Nazis were armed, the officials have been letting these awful people operate with impunity. You look at the number of Ukraine flags today, it's a lot less. So the number of Israel flags in 6 months will be so much less, it'll probably be none. Even in the United States, when all the truth of what has happened here. 6 months is also time for the internal Israeli processes like the Nova survivors lawsuit to proceed. And let me tell you, if it turns out that not only was the Nova festival shelled because of the Hannibal directive imperative not to let hostages fall into hands, but was a deliberate setup so that the left-wing peace activists would be exterminated as a political force, physically killed for the reason of getting them out of the way politically. of a massive improvement in settlements, then that entire right wing of Israeli society is revealed as genocidal towards Jews. And that's the end of them. So if there's even a 5% chance that that evidence of that comes to light because of the lawsuit of the Nova survivors in Israel, then that is chance to work. The whole state will collapse if that is proven to be the case. So we should all be looking for hard evidence of any complicity in the moving of that festival to the Gaza border, in the timing. Why was the 8-hour delay? Did anybody in the government review who was going? Did anyone get a warning not to go? I mean, 6 months is a long time to find out if that was a true follow-on false flag. If it was, and it was arranged and designed by Mossad or IDF or Netanyahu, whoever's involved in that is beyond a traitor. They will be not just over, but anyone that participated in anything with them will be permanently politically tainted. So I think the odds of that coming out are relatively low, but they were clearly hit deliberately in a Hannibal directive move and clearly sacrificed in order to pump up the civilian casualties, in order to make the case to invade Gaza. So it's already very, very bad, but most people don't know that. But if it turns out that it's worse even than that, and it was a deliberate setup to exterminate peace activists, then the Israeli state literally collapses. So that's what the evidence should be sought over the next 6 months. And the ceasefire gives time for that and to spread the message about what the real agenda is of the most extreme Zionists, and to make very clear that as long as these people are tolerated as the spokespeople of Zionism at all, they're not disavowed, they're not punished, they're not jailed, then that is Zionism. And if you want to save Zionism, you're going to have to sacrifice these people. You have 6 months.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, when just 1 second, Palestinian, I want to just respond because when I first saw this go down on the 7th, I made a video like a week later that said, who benefits? And I didn't want to intimate fully that it was, what you just framed it as, but that was my gut feeling, that it just seemed a little too odd. And even IDF soldiers have since come out who used to work on the Gaza border saying that this is highly, highly, highly unlikely to have happened surely by surprise. And, that's their testimony and not mine. So if you had that factor, you had the fact that, there was really strong protests going on at the time that were going to maybe potentially change the government, which was Netanyahu's worst nightmare since he's facing corruption charges and he wants to carry out his agenda along with his cronies. And the fact that I think this is a great excuse, if you think about it as a pretext to take action that you've wanted to take, but it's been politically untenable to do it at a faster pace. It provides the pretext for that to occur with basically no governing in place as far as slowing it down. And they knew they'd have the U.S. support financially, militarily, and the political cover to get away with it at the UN. So therefore they could just do it, and they continue to do it, especially surprisingly at a greater pace in the West Bank. And now that they've publicly stated their intent, not even hiding it anymore. It's take people for their word at what they say. It seems to be their modus operandi. So let me do this. Let me give Sam a chance to chime in, and then Palestinian American will go back to you. And then if you want to stay, great. If you have to go, I understand.
I can stay for one more question.
Okay. Do you have any questions of
Hi, guys.
Sam, or you want to just say something else?
Yes, please. I just wanted to mention, we're trying to make a difference between Zionism and extreme Zionism. I don't think there is any difference, because Zionism, in its roots, it's really, really evil. So it's Zionism as it's old. It's evil from the start. We are going back to the Kemet, to the Khazari, and everything else. And you know the story. We don't need to repeat it to you. Do you agree with this Zionism being half right, half wrong, or not?
Can I, before Khan answers, I want to say one thing. In fairness, I try to be fair to both sides. So here's what I want to ask the panel, including Khan and whomever else. So I've heard from the Israeli perspective, and they say, hey, how can you criticize Zionism? It's just the desire for a safe homeland for Jewish people. So forget about the ethnocentric state and the potential Jewish superiority argument. But do you think it's reasonable for most people who say they support Zionism, they might not even know the totality of the ultimate intent of the movement? Is it fair for them to at least embrace it based on that supposition, even if they don't know the rest of it?
That's called accidental murder, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's doing something without you knowing what you're doing. It's like driving a car without license. So why are you supporting Zionism? Why are you driving Zionism forward if you don't have a license for it? Not you, but I'm talking about the people like that don't understand it. And it's a lot of people. But people are waking up. That's definite. But the
An example,
process is really, really slow for the Palestinian people. And this
an,
is the people that are suffering the most at the moment. And the whole world is watching. And these people that control the government are actually making other people look blind. And they are not.
let's be really clear about this. If I personally were making the decisions, then every day, how many children are dying? I am not willing, personally, were I in a position of power, I would not be willing to engage and to attempt to reform Zionism as any kind of movement or even encourage Zionists to do work towards this as long as there was a continued slaughter going on. In other words, if you
Zionism
have
was banned by UN declaration in 1975.
I'm aware. I'm not talking to the people outside. When I say if you
All
want to
right.
reform Zionism, I'm talking only to the people inside Israel that this is essentially their last chance to fix it, right? If it's fixable. I would agree with you that it's not. And the main reason I would agree that it's not is because it's far too tied with fanatical Christian Zionism, which has always been an anti Jewish movement to deport Jews from Europe and America, put them in a position of danger, start a war, kill most of them and convert the rest to bring Jesus. That is literally the belief of Christian Zionist evangelicals.
Well,
And
that's
because of
that's
that
because they have the
poison, you
same
can never
roots.
actually fix Jewish Zionism either.
They have the same roots. Christian Zionism and the Jewish Zionism have the same roots from the Khazari.
Well,
Khazaris are the
it's not
nation
from
who
that. It's
took on
actually from
Zionism.
Messianism itself. It's from the whole interpretation of the biblical texts that predict some
No, no,
kind of
no, no.
catastrophic event and the follow-up of a political
No,
state.
they're just using the book as an excuse. But if you look at the history shows that the Khazari, as a separate nation completely, took on
Okay, wait.
Judaism
I'm going to
but
stop
didn't
you
really
right there
care about
because
the
I'm going to stop
religion.
you right there because the term Khazari actually is genetically inaccurate. The Ashkenazim people are only 1.5% Turkic. Now, there may well have been some Khazar converts, but they are not genetically Khazars. It's an incorrect term. They're about 1.5% Turkic. Most of their DNA comes from Poland. Some of it is Afro-Roman, and it is much, much more European than other Jews. That is true. And it is a different culture. That is true. And it bases itself more on the Babylonian Talmud. That is true. But do not use the term Khazar. It's associated with a whole bunch of incorrect history that has been corrected by DNA evidence. I'm going to agree with you
That's
that
not
they're
right.
European
DNA cannot be
Ashkenazim,
right.
but
This
I'm
has
not going
been
to.
way too long ago. There was way too many empires that went through there and everything else. You cannot really trust in DNA in Balkan regions or the regions of the northern or
It's what
eastern
we
Balkan.
have. Look, I just don't like the term because it's associated with a whole lot of other things that are proven to be incorrect.
It's
Right?
it's actually pretty much like right in the bullseye of everything that's going on in the world at the moment,
Well,
going back
it's an
200 years.
oversimplification that tends to smear
It's not. It's not
Turkic
really. It's
people
not
as being
really.
aggressive, and I don't like it for that reason.
It's not certain people. We are talking about exactly that 1.5%, or let's say that 0.5% that actually ruling the world. So
Well, how is
it
that
should be
different than
pretty much
saying that
clear.
Turkey is then somehow inherently aggressive? This is a very racist claim, and you shouldn't make it that
Oh,
Turkic
this
DNA
this is
makes
nothing
you.
to do with the race. This is nothing to do with the race because Zionism, what it actually produces, it's they don't really care whether you're Jewish, whether you're Muslim, or whether you're Christian, and that's what you're actually seeing now
Look, we
happening in
know the
Gaza
history. We
because they're
know the
bombing
history of
Christians, they're
how
bombing.
Zionism gets spliced together from let's go and farm in Palestine alongside other people to let's take it over for the British Empire and create a loyal Jewish Ulster in the terms of the Black and Tans. We know that it's hijacked by bankers in the British Empire and US and UK Zionist bankers in 1916-17 who offer to bring the United States into the
What happened
stalemated World War
what
One.
happened in 1912?
Well, the deal that they make, it that matters to the future of it is the way it gets tied up with British Empire, and the reason the Balfour Declaration gets written is the deal that brings America into the war is essentially that. So that's the moment when it gets hijacked. It has nothing to do with the average people in Eastern Europe. Those people didn't have that agenda. But by the time the Black and Tans show up in Palestine, they're literally saying out loud, we are here to create a loyal Jewish Ulster. You see speeches from 1931 in England saying, an Arab Palestine is a plague in the world, and a Jewish Palestine will be a blessing in the world. Literal quote from Zionists in Britain. They are selling this heavily as a British Empire outpost, and it is part of the
Yeah,
deal
and
that
they
Makes
bombed
Balfour
the
signed.
Georgia King James Hotel in 1912, where 52 British officers died. What do
Yes,
you say about that?
that's right, because the British were actually and really on a tenterhook. The Americans didn't actually want the deal to happen as it did. Eisenhower was absolutely furious when the UK and France used Israel as a paid proxy to go and seize Suez to give them an excuse to move in. Like the United States was essentially a moderating influence through Truman and even Eisenhower years. And it was actually about to lay the foot down when Kennedy in October of 1963 demanded that Ben Gurion reveal his nuclear facilities for inspection and wanted to forced the Zionist Organization of America, predecessor of AIPAC, to register. That was in October of 1963. And Jack Rubenstein and Hillel Silverman, are interesting characters in Dallas at that time. So you can have your own theories about what happened there and why those suspects usually end up fifth on the list of suspects instead of being like second or first. But the thing is that Americans actually did not actively facilitate this agenda until probably 68-9, when extreme military skill was being executed by the Israelis, and at that point, the Americans started seeing them the way the British had, as a kind of a loyal outpost. So yeah, there were a lot of tensions, but it's infighting over who's controlling the proxy. What I'm objecting to is the idea that any of this is somehow genetic or innate in a particular group of people. It isn't. It is all ordinary geopolitics, and the
It's
ordinary
not.
geopolitics is ugly, it's vicious,
It's
it's
not.
from the nuclear and Cold War age. It includes a lot of false flags, it includes a lot of nefarious deals. Many of the leading figures are racists and fascists, and that's who's fighting communism during this period, is racists and fascists. And that's just history. This has nothing to do with how much Turkic DNA you have, or whether your ancestors are from Poland, or whether you nominally were from a sect that used the Babylonian Talmud. None of that is relevant today. There are multiple different groups of Zionists. One of them is this extremist group that held this conference that wants now the Euphrates and ethnic cleansing and is defying the ICJ. Then there's a Likud who also wants ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the West Bank and the settlement of it. And then there are leftists still inside Israel who want a secular single state constitution and maybe a status for Jews more like Scotland or Quebec or Flanders have, which is not a separate army, but a autonomous region within a unified state. So um, there are solutions to these problems that do not involve labeling people racially and assuming that they are innately doomed and then continuing a racial civil war for another 100 years. That's not effective militarily or socially, and it would be condemned by the ICJ as well, which is another reason why Palestine, once it's admitted as a state, is going to have to crack down on racialized rhetoric of all kinds. The enemy here is a clear movement, Christian Zionism, which wants this conflict, and then internal Jewish Zionism that's extremely expansionist, and then the kind of ethnic cleansing Zionism represented by Likud. Those are the enemies, right? Only those, not the religious Judaism, not the Ashkenazi Jewish population, none of that. If you focus on the wrong target, you simply lose. So focus on the right target.
That's not the wrong target, because this has been occurring through history. It's been occurring through this First World War, Second World War, and this actually Second World War never ever ended. So basically, this is not the Third World
Well,
War.
you
It's
could you
just a
could
bit.
talk about unexamined players like the Orsinis or the Morgans, who are as
Mhm.
involved in the nefarious
Yes,
dealings,
yes, yes. We're
right?
talking about the
You can
13
talk about
families if you
cliques
want
of
to.
conservative Catholics around the Federalist Society who control the U.S.
Yeah, we
Supreme
can go
Court
back to the
now, and William
Roman
Barr, who
Catholic
is a
Church as well,
conservative
where the
Catholic.
roots are and everything.
These people would love it if you were just going to blame Jews, right? They'd love that because then
Nobody's blaming Jews.
they get to walk off with the spoils and the power as their
Nobody's
front
blaming
men
Jews.
disappear.
Nobody's blaming Jews, but
Well, I
Zionists,
hope not,
yes,
but it
because
sounds like you
Zionism,
are.
in its roots, is bad.
It sounds like you are when you use a term like Khazar, which seems to smear both Ashkenazi Jews and Turkic
But you need to
people
know the history
with.
then.
No, I don't need to know any history that is in these terms. That is not DNA history. It is not geopolitical history. It's you who have to learn not to use terms that have no clear meaning.
Oh,
I'm with Sam on this, by the way. Shaquille here. I'm not.
Chip, you're muted.
Yeah. We have sorry, Shaquille. Hold on one sec. We have other people, just guys or panelists in general. In terms of the the amplitude of your comments and the way we address each other. If you have disagreements over the history, that's fine. And I know that Khan feels like he has a very in-depth knowledge of this. And I know Sam feels strongly about what he's trying to share. Just be respectful to each other and share why you may differ and what you think Sam could look at to achieve the level of learning that you feel is correct, or vice versa. And then we can both hopefully come to a consensus and we can figure out where the accuracy lies. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give, just real quickly, guys, I don't know if you want to stay. I need to give, well, actually, he left, actually, so that's the thing there. Let's let Shaquille chirp in because he hasn't. Welcome, Shaquille, and then we'll go back to the conversation if we need to.
Hey there, welcome everybody. Yeah, Shaquille here. So I just wanted to add that not all Ashkenazi Khazars are Turkic, from the Turkic tribes. Many of them were. And there was a famous, up until very recently famous, Israeli geneticist by the name of Erhan Elhaik, Professor Erhan Elhaik. And his research confirmed 96.4% of the Ashkenazi have got zero Semitic blood. So Hubla Khan was actually right on that. And he did, and I think there was further discussion in there as well, that some of those are from the Turkic tribes, but the bulk of the area from where they come, they are East Europeans, they're Ukrainians. But miraculously, these people are returning to their homeland in the Middle East from where they came 2,000 years ago. these very pale white Europeans who have skin cancer at the second highest rate in the world. But I wouldn't get too hung up on sort of trying to stop people from making reference to the Khazarians, because the thing is, and there's nothing debunked about it, the only people who claim there's a debunking of it are extreme Zionists, and well, Zionists of all flavors. All Zionists are extreme. The fact that you're a Zionist and you're happy to steal somebody else's land and support it means you're in a group of extremists. There is no debunking of this. There is absolutely no way white Europeans are from the Middle East. They're not just, then they'll refer to pale-looking Arabs, but there is a massive difference between pale-looking Arabs. Even where my family's from in Pakistan, some of my family are as white people, and they've got green eyes and grey eyes and blue eyes. But our features and our DNA, and even we, when we're light-skinned like that, we do not get burnt in the sun. It's extremely rare. We still have pigmentation, or even though we appear light-skinned. But these Ukrainians and East Europeans and Russians, Hungarians and Austrians and Germans, like this Mark Regev, he's German. He's incredible. His name was Mark Freiberg, and he actually gave an interview. Oh, I changed my name because it was, German. No, you changed your name because these people through the centuries have been known as the name stealers. They steal other people's identities, which is what they've done. They've stolen Palestinian identity. And people just need to understand this as well. So, and the fact that we talk about the Khazars brings focus and attention to who these people are. In my opinion, we should mention, and I mention it on every live I attend. I mention it without fail. Chip is here. He's probably heard me repeat this multiple times. And I do it on purpose because I want the whole world to know that we are dealing with imposters, not just a bunch of people who are invaders, but a bunch of imposters who definitely have zero right to be in there. They can have their Israel. They can go and put it up in Uganda if the Ugandans will allow them, or they can have Argentina if the Argentinians or the Madagascan people will allow them. In fact, they even looked at some desert land in the Midwest, in the US Midwest. All of these were possible locations where they could have their homeland. And in fact, they have got a Russian oblast. There's a Russian city to this day that is a dedicated Jewish region. and it's still there from since World War II, or it might have even been longer than that. Okay, and it's virtually an exclusive Jewish place, and it's a Jewish protectorate, and it's still there. I can't remember the name of it, but if you look up the Jewish Oblast in Russia, you'll see that it is still there. So these people, they need exposing at every opportunity, because they were looking at multiple different locations that they can occupy and steal and oppress and unalive the people in, because that's what they would have done had they gone to Uganda. Do you think they would have, let the black people live, the Africans who were there, the Ugandans? Absolutely not. They didn't, they didn't allow it in Palestine, and they've been unaliving them at an increasing rate since in the last 76 years. So I love you as a brother, Hublai Khan. Okay, and I don't know if you're Turkish, but don't take offense at when some of these people are Turkic, because we know that there are many Turkic tribes. That doesn't mean they're all Turkish people. I know they're all very closely related, but I've got friends in my family. Some of them are from the Turkic tribes. In Afghanistan, all the way across to Afghanistan, into Kazakhstan, even in parts of Pakistan, where we have the Hazara people. Those are Turkic people. Okay, and we've got some of them married into our family. So we don't take anything against Turkish people. Turkish people are our brothers. For when Pakistan was, created, Turkey was the first nation to recognize, and even our flags look identical almost, apart from the colors. So as a Pakistani, of Pakistani descent, we have a lot of love for the Turkish people. They are good, noble people, and we love them. Okay. We're not too
Chip.
Damn it, I hate doing that. I still want to interrupt people. Before we have the response from Khan, please just keep in mind, if you could, that if somebody feels they're strongly right about something, there's no reason to be angry about it. Just provide somebody the reference to make sure we can clarify, and that's good enough. I do want to ask one question to the audience before Khan responds, and that is, I've tried like heck in the last few minutes, you might have seen me looking at my computer, to type in what is the fraction of the Jewish population that's in Israel that are indigenous to the region of Palestine historically versus those that came from elsewhere. And I've not been able to find that. I found a lot of demographics about the current, Arabs, non-Jews, non-Arabs that are in the population. It's about 21% Arab population, about 85% Jewish, and then about 5% other, or whatever the numbers add up to. It's close to that. But the question is, I can't find that. DNA-wise, I know we've talked about the fact that people are not supposed to take or have to have a doctor's letter to take a DNA test, and most people frown on it because they don't want to show people being there, predominantly from Europe. Does anybody have a guess as to that breakdown? I'd like to hear that just for my own information, and if not, it's no big deal. We always hear the fact that most people there that came from the Zionist movement are not indigenous. I'm just curious what those numbers are. Okay, let's let Khan respond, and then we'll go down the line here. I think I sent you an unmute request. Did I do it right? I hope so. Sometimes if I do that a second time, that'll make you wait for a minute. Yeah, it's making you wait for a minute. Darn it. Well, let's do this. While we're waiting for him to come on, let's let the Voice hasn't talked in a while. Voice, did you want to chime in on that? Did you know anything about that?
Yeah, I don't have enough information on that. I've come across articles and talking points like you have, where the intimation is that a majority of those who are claiming Israeli citizenship and of Zionist voting background do not necessarily have if the right word is I mean it's if you do a DNA test, and you're talking about regional DNA, there is an obvious marker there that shows the true regional people all have the same amount, a mass amount of this DNA marker. And that seems to be prevalent amongst the Palestinian population, right? They're in the 98 plus percentile, right? If you want to know where Palestinians come from and you're looking at that region as a basis of DNA going back as far as you can gather from bones dug up in the 1800s, 1700s, and you can gather DNA from it. You see a marker that shows that there's a lineage here that shows absolutely this is the case. Okay, as to the Palestinians, but yeah, as far as the local Israeli population is concerned, it's been intimated that that's not the case, and I'm hoping that Shaquille or maybe Hublai might actually know more of the information as they're bringing a tremendous amount of education and on the ground experience to the conversation.
I think, by the way, I think just let you know, Sam said he might know the numbers. Do you mind if we just let Sam answer real quickly?
Sure. We'll let Sam up. I just want to, intimate what Chip just said before. Guys, we're all in agreement here, right? This foundation is good for conversation. I know things can get heated. Just take a breath for a second and understand this is what we get into, right? Even amongst ourselves, the fact that we're open to these conversations and there are minute nuances or differences in understanding and knowledge, take that opportunity to share with each other, but please don't drown each other. As I think at the end of the day, we can all agree that we're in very supportive voices around a real-time problem and a real-time disaster that's occurring in the world. And that's what we're all here for. So just keep that in mind as we keep on speaking. Just keep calm. We're having a great debate here, a great discussion. And I'm just taking it in the background as an opportunity to learn from you guys. This is tremendous learning opportunity, especially on a Saturday for me. This is great.
Thank you. Sam, did you have anything you want to put in
Thanks
about
a lot for that last words. Thanks a lot. I would like to join in a little bit and dig into history a little bit, because this has nothing to do with the DNA. Khazari tribe, they took on Jewish religion, as in took on Torah as their new religion, not related to DNA. And it's a religious precedent. You can call it like that, and it did happen. But it happened for the different reason. It happened for the control and for the religious, let's say, mindset of the people in it. That is why it's easily explainable why they don't care about countries, about religions, about any other stuff apart their own benefit. And if you really want to dig deep, you will find that this happened around 1800s. And this is where all the complications starts with the history. And this is where going up to 1900s, where the Rothschilds changed the curriculum of education and everything else. And this is where it's taken the really bad turn for the humanity. And it's basically all their fault. And I don't know how the people cannot see it, because it's blatantly put out there for you just to research and find out for yourself. I'm sure Chip. I'm sure you've come across this before. And I would like some conversation with you as well, like to follow up or maybe fill up as well. And it would be nice to have some exchange with someone as well.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Real quickly, as far as what's next here, first of all, I want to get I Am Palestinian. He said he had some questions for Hublai. But really quickly, we stopped Shaquille in his tracks. Let's let him finish a couple things. If you can keep it to about a minute, and then we let I Am Palestinian come up. Thank you, Shaquille.
Hey, I was going to say I was okay with that, but I just think it is important to remind people, because the thing is this: most people still don't know, and every time I speak, and every time any of us speak on the panel here, we're always speaking to new people as well, because this movement is growing. There's new people coming on. So one of the things that's really important is to reinforce and make sure we get that message across. We've got a lot of catching up to do. We're up against a movement that has been pushing for the last century, that has seized control of the media and the movie making and the entertainment industry, and they've used that to reinforce their message. So what we're doing is we've only had a tiny snippet of time, and this is the first time in decades there has been this mass awakening. And so we're still at very early stages, and what that means is we have to be relentless 10 times more relentless, 10 times more concerted effort and organized to have an impact, because they still control the machine that makes the world go round. And for us to have that impact means we've got to be incredibly united. So although some of us may occasionally disagree, we're still all brothers and sisters. So people like Hublai Khan, you know, I love him as my brother. I don't know him, I've never met him, but he's a brother, you know, he's an ally, and we're all on the same page. So, you know, but sometimes people in comments sort of make bigger issues, make things bigger than they actually are. We have no differences. We're all on the same fight. But you know, what we can't do is sort of hold back. We've got to be strategic, though, because what we don't want to do is get our accounts sort of restricted and banned, etc., because it's a big bloody headache. And I have been at the forefront of major attacks from Zionists. You know, they put up all sorts of nonsense against me because I've been, you know, over the years I've been very, very vocal and very active, and they've even gone to the extent of contacting my clients and my people in my business and emailing, making them afraid of speaking and working with me. But I'm just blessed that, you know, I work for myself, and you know, if I was in a job, they'd have had me sacked. This is the power we're up against. You know, back to
Okay, real quick, let's do this. Thank you very much. By the way, real quick before I Am Palestine comes on to ask questions, first of all, I want to thank everybody for being here, both the audience and the panelists who are giving a lot of their time for their Saturday. Could be doing a lot of other things, so I appreciate that a lot. And then secondly, if you all are here and you're enjoying this, I think it's been a great conversation so far, and it's going to get better, hopefully. If you don't mind tapping on my head to add to the likes, I don't like asking that, but kind of the thing we got to do. And then the other thing is, if you hold your finger just temporarily on the center of the screen, it'll bring up the list of your mutual friends. If you can invite other people, because I think most people would really enjoy this. Let's get I Am Palestinian in to ask the questions or say what they would like to say.
Hey Chip, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, so what I wanted, and I know Kanye, I've had this opportunity to explain that previously, but I just want everyone else to hear about it too. And hopefully I can formulate it properly. So my question is that, can you explain how we're still living in some sort of the leftover of Roman Empire? I mean, you know, how there's an argument that they created Palestine and this and that, right? And then the manipulation, the deceiving, everything that we're still seeing it in our current modern days. And also my last question is, I'm not sure you're going to take it very serious, how Jesus was born 5 times by Romans, they created Jesus, right? So that's all.
Were you directing that at Khan?
Yes, Khan. Yeah.
Okay.
Can answer.
Thank you. Yeah, let me Khan, please. Any thoughts on those 2 questions? Again, I think I unmuted him. I don't know if sometimes people will step away from their phone and listen in the background. They have to walk like 30 feet to get back to their phone, understandably so. Are you still there, Hublai Khan? Maybe I didn't mute him, possibly. No, it's going to take more seconds. So first of all, there's a lot of questions about the history of different religious interpretations. I've heard other pagan religions have a similar 12-month December, birth of a savior type of approaches. I don't know anything about the religion. I'm not a religious scholar, so I can't really answer that part of it. And as far as the other question about, well, why are we under a system that's similar to the Roman system? It's all about empire. And different empires have their different influences over different periods of time. There's a really good study. I'm not really a big fan of this person per se, but I like the work that he did. His name is Ray Dalio. And so if you Google Ray Dalio Empire, you'll see these different studies of the historical trajectory that empires take and how long they usually last. The Roman Empire was a vast exception. It lasted about 1,000 years. Most last between 250 and 300 years. Some have lasted longer as well. But the United States is at year 247. So it kind of tells you where we are. We're sort of entering that phase of late stage empire, which is usually indicates that is excessive militarism, overextension of one's military, way more spending on foreign issues than domestic, which we're seeing a lot of examples of. And then, of course, they sort of start to ignore the problems at home, and then things start to kind of denigrate from within as well as foreign conflicts. So that's where we are. Khan, are you back yet or no? Because I undid your mic. Okay, let me see who else we got. We have one person that's waiting in the guest queue. Do you want me to let Voice? Do you want to come down?
I can jump off. But all what I was trying to say is that, I mean, once he comes up, he can explain. But the Catholic Church, the way they controlled the birth of taxation and everything, and then finally now we have Zionists, which is also somewhere born between the extreme Christianity and Judaism and stuff like that. So it all of them will trace back to how the whole thing was structured, and then it was moved from one place to another, and finally we have it here in America. And that's why we have senators and that. So it's basically our system is trying to mimic what it used to be, and then the other part of it. So all right, I will take my answer offline. Thank you very much.
Yeah, unfortunately, thank you very much. I am Palestinian. Appreciate you. Khan is saying he can't unmute his mic, so I've suggested that he come back in after restarting TikTok. It should work out fine if you want to do that, Khan. Sometimes TikTok goes through these little glitches. I don't know what it is. We do have another guest that's in the queue that's going to come up.
Hey, I just wanted to pipe in and then drop off for a little bit here. I've got to grab something to eat, otherwise I'm going to faint.
Sure thing.
So real quick as to what I Am Palestinian was inferring, Chip and I touched on this conversation last week in a different live that he was holding about empire and how the evolution of it. I don't know if this is necessarily a connected empire to what was the remains of the Roman Empire. We can agree, however, that the expansion and the building of a very particular objective from a Western Anglo insertion, colonization, expansion, domination, and ultimately a methodology to create a financial and a trade system that creates an imperialistic, hand over everything, is something that has been going on since the Crusades. You don't have to actually go back 3,000 years to figure it out. You kind of take a look at, if you just want to take a look at the Middle East alone and the makeup of it, you look at the Crusades. That's how, you woke up one morning and there were British, French, German, Spanish soldiers in there letting Middle Easterners know what's what, so that's, has that been repackaged a million times? Yes. Is the evolution of it, Great Britain and the sun never setting on the British Empire to the United States to a smaller version of what is now the state of Israel? Yeah, it's been repackaged a million times. That's how you, and how do you finance it? You manage to create a system in which the population believes they have some exertion of control, some measure of getting to their weekend and barbecue and beer, and that they're having a good life while you annex, 10% of their tax dollars to continue your mission. I mean, that's, it's a very simplified and maybe very knowledgeless filled rant here, but you kind of take a look at it and it's kind of just repackage. Okay. And that's what we do. And then we justify it. Remember that.
Yeah,
only the greatest power in the world can say that it is wrong for you to take over somebody else's land. Only the greatest power in the world can say it is wrong for you to have slavery. Only the greatest power in the world can say it is wrong for anybody else to drop nuclear bombs. Think about that. Whichever way we want to repackage ourselves over the last 500 years, it puts us in a position of being able to do it when we want to do it, and then in a position to tell the rest of the world not to do it because it's the wrong thing to do.
Okay. Voice, enjoy your food break, and thanks for being here
Brilliant.
so much.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a great afternoon. I'll try to join back later.
Yeah, I think what he was referring to is something called bread and circus. We heard it in Rome, where you keep people with just enough to keep them from rioting, and you give them some kind of distraction so they're not going to consider. It's both to stop people. And the other thing I've heard, again, not to offend anybody, is that religion is what keeps the poor from unaliving the rich. I don't know. So when Karl Marx called religion the opiate of the masses. Just a second up there, Charles. We're going to bring up, I think it was going to be Khan to respond, and it's hopefully Khan's mute is working now. Are you able to unmute now? Because I just unmuted your mic. Sometimes things get screwy with TikTok. So Khan, it's nothing on this end, I don't think. Maybe you might have to exit and maybe restart your you're like do an airplane, turn off your internet, and sometimes that might affect it. I don't know. Okay, we have somebody new at the top. I think it's Charles, if that's the name. I think it says users, and then
Yes,
Charles. How you doing, Charles?
yes. I'm new. I'm new to this, so no, I'm new to this conflict about Israel and Palestine. It's sad what's going on with the Palestinian people. Sad that the world's being quiet and they being G side for no reason. Sad because I think this conflict had to do with religion. In my opinion, it's sad.
Where are you from, Charles? Oh, he's on mute
Oh,
again.
yeah. I live in America, the U.S.
Okay, from the U.S. Okay, great. And then, what did you find out about this on October the 7th when the news came out about the
Yeah,
attack by the?
yeah. Because I didn't know. I thought that I didn't know that passing people were being. I didn't know passing people were not treated wrong in Israel. I didn't know that until October 7th. I thought Israel treated passing people. I didn't know about the passing people not treated right in Israel. Because Israel, I didn't know about that. 'Cause I was taught that Israel was there for century, but I didn't realize Israel became country in 19 something. I didn't realize that until October 7th.
Okay. I don't know if this. I don't know if anybody else is having this trouble, or maybe my hearing is not good. I'm having a really hard time
No,
understanding
yeah,
what
I'm
you're
saying
saying.
I didn't realize about this conference until October 7th. I think most people didn't realize about this conference until October 7th. Most didn't realize what the passing people were going to.
Okay. Then what are your thoughts about it as far as, did you know anything about Israel beforehand, and what
Yeah,
changed since you've been
yeah.
following?
I bet you know about Israel in the Bible. That's not that's the reason I know about Israel. I keep hearing Israel in the Bible. That's something about Israel.
Okay. And what are your thoughts now? What do you think should happen next, or what are your thoughts about what's going on?
What I think will happen. I find a find for peace. It's to find a way for peace. It's to find a way. I I think we should take religion out of it. That's the problem. We should take religion out of it because religion is all cause not. I think we should take religion out of it. That's to solve the problem. Take religion out of it, but it's gonna be hard because the Christians and the Jews, they believe this is their land because it says in the Bible. That's what they believe. So it's hard. And then we have to find a way to change their mind, but it's gonna be hard, in my opinion.
Have you done any reading up on the founding of the Zionist movement and the person that founded it and what that person believed as far as religion is concerned?
No, I haven't. I haven't done.
So one thing you might want to do is Google, if you're so inclined,
Yes.
is look up the name of the founder. His name was Theodore Herzl, Hertzl. If you can look him up. What I learned when I looked up his information back in the day was that he was born. He died in 1904, but he started writing down and formulating this in 1897, and so he was actually an atheist, and he was from Europe. And so his idea was he wanted to help a political movement to try to bring Jewish people to a homeland for safety from persecution.
Yeah.
That was his thinking. But it wasn't based on Judaism. It was based on ethnic being of Jewish descent from whichever region from which you came. And he wanted to do it in historic Palestine, but there were other areas considered, like in Uganda, in Africa, Argentina, and others. But it was eventually decided, because of the influence with the Rothschilds and other bankers with the British, to try to do it in historic Palestine, and they were able to set up and lobby for that. And of course, we know
Yeah.
what happened.
And it's kind of sad that the powerful country in the world is being quiet and don't do nothing about it. They should have a ceasefire. But they keep attacking. How they attack Iraq? That's not the point. The Palestinian people need a ceasefire. They need help. They're crying for help, but it's like the world's not listening to them. They're crying for the help.
What do you think is motivating the United States to support rather than prevent what we're seeing happening in Gaza?
I think the reason why United States probably felt bad it happened in the Holocaust. They felt bad that they didn't help the Jews in Holocaust. They probably felt bad. I mean, that's what they're doing. They probably felt bad they didn't help them. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know that. Do you agree with that? I don't know.
Well, here's a question for you. So the indigenous residents who were unfortunately displaced in 1948 and before, when the state of Israel was founded, what did they have to do with the Holocaust?
They don't have to do nothing.
Right. So Do you think it's fair to them that a state was established that pushed out about 700,000 of their fellow regional Palestinian identity? Was
No,
that fair or was that not fair?
not fair. To me, I don't blame the Palestinian. I blame Germany. Those countries. I blame those countries. I don't blame the Palestinian people.
Well, remember that the formation for the state of Israel was talked about well before what happened in World War II. So, World War II just happened to be the most egregious element of persecution of Jewish people throughout the recent history. And maybe, of course, in terms of sheer numbers, probably all of history. But it was just yet another example of Jews being mistreated. But the formulation of the state was talked about and discussed since World War I and beyond. So, Germany wasn't the driving force or the impetus for the state to be created, although they certainly contributed to the persecution.
Yeah,
So how do you feel about that? The fact that, and a lot of people surmise because of the relationship of European persecution of Jewish people, which
yeah,
was the large majority of the immigrants were leaving from Europe to come to historic Palestine, that something should be done in Europe, not so
yeah,
much in Palestine, but the fact that they were being persecuted is the reason why people in Germany and the United States and elsewhere didn't want to have that population assimilate into theirs. So
yeah.
again, it's terrible that Jewish people have been mistreated so horribly throughout the millennia. Do you think it's fair for them to have a state of their own?
Um, no, to me is no. To me, they shouldn't have it. I think, my opinion, I think like the U.S. should have helped them. The U.S. should have offered them land. The U.S. They should have helped them. But if the U.S. really care about the Jews, they should have helped them during the Holocaust. But they didn't. You see, so you can't blame the Palestinian people. It's not their fault. It's the West's fault for not helping the Jews. It's not the Palestinian.
So again, getting on back to the searches. So if you want to, you can look up Theodore Herzl and
Yeah,
the ideology of Zionism being more of a political movement with a settler slash colonial element, which obviously led to what we've seen. The other thing to look up perhaps is the dates. So if you don't know about emigration from Europe and elsewhere, where people felt persecuted, they being the people that fled came to places like the United States well before World War II and tried to enter the territory. Look up the 1920s and
mhm,
immigration as it started into historic Palestine, and you'll find pictures and images of boats that were turned around at New York Harbor to go back to historic Palestine, which is a terribly long journey, obviously. And you'll see that those people then came into historical Palestine, and then the demographics changed dramatically well before World War II. You can see that by looking at a historic
yeah.
demographic chart if you want to look that up.
Yeah, yeah. To me, it's kind of sad that Palestinian people were being nice to them, being nice to offer the land, to be nice to them, and they treat them this way. It's kind of sad. Then,
Yeah, very much so. And so I think I like to look back at this. I call it, in analyzing it as somebody who doesn't know anybody in Palestine or anybody who lives in Israel, don't have any affiliation with either group as far as ethnicity or religion. What I see it as is the original sin of this was what happened in 1948. Anybody who gets pushed off their land, just like what happened here in the country that I live in, the indigenous population in the 1820s on after, pushing anybody off their land is obviously horrific, and it happens all the time throughout history, let's be clear. But it doesn't make any instance acceptable because other times it happened, which was equally bad. And the question is, if you're somebody who your grandparents lived in a house that was taken from your family, and the land that you lived off of was taken by somebody else, and you were forced to move at the end of a gun or whatever, or the adjacent village that you lived near was, everyone was unalived and the place was burned down, and you fled because of that, because you didn't want to wait for that to happen to you. How can that not be kept as context for what has subsequently happened? So, for example, what happened on the 7th, many claim it was an unprovoked attack. It just happened out of nowhere, that the people who were doing that were just violent savages who all they want to do is have violence. Is it fair to frame it that way, or is it more fair to look at it within its historical context with occupation and blockade being paramount in the analysis?
yeah, I think I do. I heard about I heard about the occupation. That was a lot of Palestinian places being occupied by the Israel government, not treating them right. I think it's unfair. These countries treat them right 'cause it's taking their land. Taking their land. Those people came from Europe. Taking that land, taking belong to Palestinian people. They own that land. I think they should get the land back. Technically, it's their own land. It's not.
Yeah.
They should get the land back. It's not fair that they're being treated very bad. Not fair for the Palestinian people. In fact, I get why they're angry because the whole world's not listening. The whole world's being quiet, where their own people are being persecuted
Sure.
for their own persecuted. and the whole world feel like, why is the West being quiet? Allow this to happen.
Well, you know that the Germans have been paying reparations to Israel for some time. So here's a fair question. Because the forming of the state of Israel and the nation of Israel has been subjecting the Palestinian people to hardship, and that's the nicest way to put it, should Israel have to pay reparations to the Palestinians because of what has happened to them?
I think Israel should, because they should, because technically they should do that.
Okay, well, thanks for coming on today, Charles. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I pray for peace. I pray for love,
Yes.
passing people,
Right on.
free them.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day, sir. Yeah, I agree. Peace, ceasefire, love, reparations, hopefully, justice, autonomy, dignity, self-determination. That's what I vote for. And same thing for those who are Jewish. No difference. I want them to be safe and happy and free from terrorism and attacks. And I think the only way to achieve that long term is to have a dignified, separate place for those to have their own dignity. And they need to be able to defend themselves like any other country. They should be allowed to have their own security, and they have to provide the guarantee of security to their neighbor in order to get what they want. I think that's a fair compromise. The problem comes down to the settlements. And they've been condemned by everybody, including the United States, for decades, and they just continue unabated. And I think that's a problem. Somebody says free from rocket attacks. Yeah, I understand that. I couldn't agree more that I wouldn't want to be living in a situation where any second, Iron Dome or not, things could flying through the sky and they just could come down and harm me, my family, my property, whatever it may be. And I understand that. And then the question would be, if you're somebody who's been trying peacefully to negotiate for a better outcome for decades with different violent resistance along the way, which of course we've talked about being, the tactics being unacceptable because of who they harm and why, civilians. But the frustration that mounts and builds over time when nothing seems to change. And there's disagreements politically within the Palestinian people, between the West Bank and those in Gaza, as to how to handle this and what to do. And that's what drives the divide. But I can't fault anybody who's living under occupation because international law claims they have a right to defend themselves and try to get out from their plight. And therefore the occupying force or the blockading force has no right legally to defend itself, quote unquote, by going into the territory and further marginalizing, smashing, unaliving the people. They have a right to resist using whatever means they have necessary. I'm not agreeing with or justifying the methods and means and the harm done to people, but I do think the engagement with military personnel, given the framing, is not out of the bounds of the law. Of course, what happened to civilians is, to the extent it did, it's condemnable, but it goes to both sides. So it's not just quote collateral damage or the fog of war, and it's not this specific legal targeting practice where it's done very methodically and very precisely. I believe that to be a fabrication of the truth. And the fact is, this has been used as a pretext, or the fact that the conflict's even happening has been used as a pretext to basically indiscriminately harm people with callous disregard for human life, as I believe, unfortunately, many on the Israeli side have for Palestinians. It's a disdain, and it's not like they really want to necessarily hurt somebody, although there may be people that do. That what's happening is that they want what they want, and they're going to do what they have to do to get it, regardless of the harm that's caused along the way. And some have disagreed with me about that. They think there is an intent to try to wipe out many or all of the people. I just think they want the land. That's my take. Anyway, I could be wrong. Okay, we have Blah that's here. Let's let Blah add to the conversation. Blah, how are you doing?
Thanks. How are you, Chip?
Okay, thanks.
Wonderful. I just wanted to add also another interesting thought that came to my mind is the actual, the ability for money to manipulate people and capitalism and how the whole banking system came to be in the Renaissance period and from the Medici family. That was one thing that was very interesting for me when I studied when I was younger in Denver. And it was very interesting why, and to see how the whole banking industry, started off, and how it worked behind the papacy, the Christian papacy in Italy, in Florence, and how they were able to manipulate and, play basically, like you said the other day, like the puppeteer um, and to get their agendas basically at the end fulfilled. So I think also that has a lot to do with the progression of Zionistic capitalism, if there is such a thing, or for it to assist. So hello, how's he doing?
Pretty good.
So that's I mean, I think that's another interesting factor to look at, and to see how the banking industry ended up being everywhere in the world basically, and able to manipulate people's ends in order to get more, basically, to get more power. So yeah,
Can I get a
that's
word in?
yeah, please. I just wanted to just mention that, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a great topic. That's a great topic. But we had a great conversation earlier, and I'm sure that some other people would agree as well. I would like to take it back history, and take it pretty far back. Let's say take it to the Egypt and to the place of knowledge, to the Kemet, and then where the knowledge moved. It moved with the Roman Empire to Alexandria, right? And when allegedly Roman Empire fell, Alexandria's knowledge was burned down. But it actually wasn't. It was moved to Vatican. And it was really very much controlled by all the parties that we know today. And these are the actual puppeteers. Because empires fall and rise, but the puppeteers stay. And this is exactly what's been going on since the Egypt. And this is the root and the issue that we need to address, because if we don't get it right this time, it's another 200 years of slavery and this cycle that's been going on.
Absolutely. And another factor is, ever since the dollar has been released from the gold standard back in the 80s, money is basically just a printed piece of paper. There isn't any
Oh yeah.
real actual value to it. So, that's another interesting thing to see. I mean, these days, even that's why cryptocurrency is gaining, grounds these days, for the fact that it's actually a limited amount, So that's the one thing that everybody's starting to turn their trust to, because it just makes sense.
Everybody should turn to gold, because all that is just house of cards with just like one cat
But
of the
gold you
cables
can't carry
in the
around
Red
with you.
Sea. It's all falling down. So
Yeah,
come on.
I absolutely hear your point. I mean, that's my old man's perspective as well. But the thing with gold is you
I'm not
can't
an
go
old
lugging
man.
it around. You're either going to get robbed or mugged or something if you're running around like Mad Max days, So cryptocurrency, on the other hand, is just like something in your head if you remember the code. And it's, that's the safeguard towards that. So if people do put their faith in that, I mean, this is a whole different topic, of course, but I'm just saying
Yeah, but I
it's really
wanted to address the whole story of the let's say the Roman Catholic Church. The reason why it's called
the
Roman
Medici
Catholic
family.
Church, it's because the Roman Empire never actually ended. It just continued through the church and through its affiliates around the world. And what it basically does, it eventually ended in crusades and all the other stuff. It ended in forcible pushing on Christianity and stuff like that. So basically, Roman Empire never fell. This is what we are seeing now. It's basically the end of Roman Empire, but with the infiltration of the Zionists and the puppeteers behind them. And so basically now it's a level playing field. Everything's open, and it's just a matter of how many people are actually going to awake to the situation and to the issue to see the whole perspective right in front of them.
Yes. And another interesting thing, just to let you know, the Medici family did eventually get kicked out of Florence.
Yeah, that's because there was Zionist. This is the problem with the
They
Second
figured them
World
out.
War and Adolf Hitler. He actually never hated the Jews in the beginning. He didn't know about Jewish people, but when he came to Austria, he realized, because he lived in the Jewish quarter, he realized what they were dealing in, and because of the religion in Zionism, it allows them to get interest for the money. This is why they were banished from the countries. Like basically every single country banished them, because even Christianity didn't allow interest on borrowed money. So this is the problem with the Zionists through ages, because what happens is that small portion of people accumulates large amount of money and then starts to, let's say, put pressure on local people that do not have that money and basically drain them. And this is what happened during the Second World War in Germany. Basically,
Real quick, I just have to interject one quick thing. Sorry about the interjection. There are many people that believe that that's a trope, like an anti-Semitic trope, and that's like some sort of, incorrect information. I don't know the history of it, but that's what I've been told. Do you think that really is true? That is the creation of interest that creates an economic imbalance? Because I did read that was what the Schmittler guy said. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, sure. That's 100%. That is 100% true. This has been proven through the ages because Islam forbids interest. And this is the reason, and certain other aspects, why Zionists are so much against Islam, because Zionists actually perpetuate and push, let's say, film industry, porno industry, media industry, theater industry, news industry, all this drugs and all this stuff, illegal stuff that's being pushed is being pushed by these people, including interest rates. But if you look at why they're against Muslims, is because Muslims do not use any of that stuff. If you look at Muslims, they wouldn't, like alcohol industry would go bust. You look at the owners, you would go back to BlackRock or Avangard or whoever else, and you look at the owners and you know who it is. It's pretty much clear what's happening. They reached their maximum. They infiltrated every single major government in the world that takes a stand in the world. They infiltrated America, they infiltrated UK. They infiltrated France, they infiltrated Germany, they infiltrated everybody through World Economic Forum. Come on, let's unelected people telling us what to do. What the hell?
So Sam, real quick, before you continue, I'm going to let Hublai answer this. Here's my question to both of you, Hublai first and then Sam or Blah. Do you think I would imagine if Rabbi Shmuley Bytek or whatever his name is, was listening to this, he would accuse people here of doing what he calls a blood libel, that this is pure anti-Semitism.
Right away.
So my question is, why is it not, in your opinion, have anything to do with a blood libel, and why isn't it some sort of factual accuracy that is worthy of discussion?
Can I address that?
Yeah, please do, Hubley, please.
All right.
And then Blah.
First, I think for the last half hour, it is literally all racist and pointless. I have nothing in common with these views of history or economy that are being expressed. I'm not interested in them. And my enemy is racist and genocidal intention movements in general, not just the particular one that's expressing itself this week in Israel-Palestine, but also the one that has expressed itself over the last 100 years in Eastern Europe, which is a kind of a white supremacy movement pushing eastward, and also other such movements that exist in East Asia or in India or in North America. So I have nothing to do with any of that and no interest in any of that racialized view of history. None, zero. I'm dissociating myself from it completely. So I would agree probably with Rabbi Shmuley or people that want to read this as a rising up a set of tropes to blame a particular ethnic group for things that are innately part of capitalism or innately part of a so-called freedom or Christian or common sense society. And those are all bad terms to me. Freedom is bad, capitalism is bad, and Christianity is bad. I don't actually think any of those three things survive the next 50 years. Honestly, I may be alone in that, but I'm more of a communist, I think, than I am in common with any of the rest of that. So my view of this, with respect to, say, interest, is that when you create a system where the paper ownership of a financial asset is infinitely compounded without any reference to reality, like you hold it and you have a right to receive in perpetuity, regardless of what goes on reality, you're going to receive a payment. That is in direct conflict with any system that purports to be a representation of reality or a system of investment. So where I would agree with the Islamic view of finance is in the classical Islamic view, if Allah sinks a ship, then the owners of that ship will obviously suffer, the crew will suffer. Why should a debt investor in the ship still get repaid? Allah targeted that investor as well. And so the Western view of this has evolved to allow for these unconditional loans and this unconditional interest, whereas in the Islamic system and in equity systems, you have the opposite. If you are an investor at all, if you have anything to gain, you will also suffer if the investment suffers. And we invent systems like insurance and so on to sort of mediate this. But in the end, you basically have this problem that you're entitled, because you had an asset in the past, to an infinite increase of it in the future. And this creates a huge number of problems in ecology, in society, in equity, and so on. And I would generally agree with the perspective that something more like an Islamic banking system based upon what we would call in the West ethical micro venture capital, where you're buying shares in an enterprise and it is restricted in terms of what it is based on your own moral principles, what it is allowed to invest in. And you are morally and financially responsible for all the outcomes of that investment. The kinds of systems that Gaddafi was working on in Libya, the kinds of systems that are often proposed by Saudis and in UAE, that those are tremendous potential, especially for countries like Africa and India, where debt finance is not part of the historical culture. Now, as for blaming the people that were in the interest businesses for this, and that includes people of multiple different ethnicities, the Orsinis, the Medicis are not Jewish, although the Rothschilds were, the Morgans were not, and I could explain to you in the history of economics how all these people played a significant role in ultra concentration and financing of capital, but it's foolish to blame them for being good at the system they were presented with.
Mr.
Capitalism has
Hubley,
this inherent flaw, and that inherent flaw is it leads to an oligarchy, and then that oligarchy will be taken over by some authoritarian or other. Could be a theocrat, could be a fascist, could be a populist, but ultimately somebody has to do what, say, Putin did and take over the oligarchy and take the people who are working against the national interest, and in his case, probably tossing them out windows, but one way or the other, or maybe nicer like Z, telling them to sit down and get out of politics. So we see that evolving, that as the capitalist market moves towards oligarchy, someone has to actually take charge. The problem in the West is that no one takes charge, that we actually have no one calling billionaires to account. No one
Can I
stops
ask you
endless
something?
profiteering from the military industrial.
Can I ask, please, what do you think of current?
let me make one quick point because this is important for the audience, because Khan just said something that I think most people don't know. And research this, by the way, that we've been so programmed and so indoctrinated in the United States and the West about what Putin is all about. If you don't know, we're told that he's this rich guy that gets half the money of all the oligarchs. Do some research. That is not the truth. He just mentioned a very important point. He said that when Putin moved on the oligarchs, he did. And this is why they're so angry at him. They had their hooks in this whole privatization process that took place. Russia used to have state, or the Soviet Union used to have state-run business. And as it was transitioning to privately owned, these Western capitalists swooped in. It was like Vulture City. And under Yeltsin, who was a total stooge, a drunk leader, Clinton basically talked this guy into standing aside and letting the Chicago boys come in and rape his country, excuse that word. And that's why Putin had to get involved, because all of the same problems that we were described earlier about usury and how it degrades society economically was happening from the capitals. We know what capitalists do. They come in and they cut labor and they try to move factories elsewhere and shut people, lose jobs, and people can't pay their bills. And Putin noticed this happening en masse. And so what he did was he started to sit these people down and say, hey, you got choice A or you got choice B. Leave the factories open, keep paying your workers, or I'm going to make sure that happens. You can do one or the other, your call. And the guy's got cojones the size of Arkansas. And that's what happened. And so he basically put them in their place, or they left the country because they didn't want to have their capital under those constraints. And that pissed off people in the West, which is now why he's vilified as, bad guy number one, in addition to having, the armaments they have. Anyway, let me let Blob respond to that. That's an important distinction that most people have no idea about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in total agreement of that, but I'm just taking a step back here, and I wanted to ask Hablai, I hope I'm saying it right, if what he thinks about, we're talking about currency as holding a value. I mean, we're talking about capitalism, yes, but what is storing, what is fueling capitalism? Is it actually something that is holding something of worth? Is it actually, I mean, how do you see currency today? I mean, what do you think of
With respect to currency, currency has four functions, and any economics textbook will tell you what they are: medium of exchange, unit of account, store of
Store of
value, and
value.
standard of deferred payment. With respect to medium of exchange, it's a solved problem today. We have the internet. We can instantaneously verify that an exchange happened. It just doesn't matter. It's off the table as an issue. A second
No,
now,
but I mean, you can print money.
let me
That's my
actually answer
point.
the question, please.
Sorry.
Unit of account is a psychological issue. As long as you are saying this is a $1 trillion project or a $200 million project, you are making the dollar the unit of account by saying that. This creates immense psychological pressure to create value in dollars because that's how people talk about value. You see, that's called the unit of account. So the fact that people will lazily value things in dollars rather than speaking in something else, ounces of gold, barrels of oil, or some other measure, means that the US dollar is reinforced psychologically as the unit that matters. All right, so it's like a measurement system. If I talk always in feet and never in meters, then the imperial system continues. If I refuse to talk in feet and only talk in meters, the metric system will eliminate the old system, right? So this is what unit of account is, and it's solved strictly psychologically by the media, how they talk. And it's actually a reason why the American media constantly uses weird units of measurement, is to sort of hold off the metric system. The third function, store of value, also is essentially a solved problem. You can purchase, and using the internet at least, or other methods, verify that you have or control an asset in various ways. So you can buy a land deed in even another country and verify that nobody else is there by sticking a camera on it. You can purchase an endless variety of commodity items or artworks and store them. So really, stores of value have always been diverse and remain diverse. All right. So if medium of exchange isn't an issue and unit of account is strictly psychological and store of value is essentially a solved problem, again, because of communication, that leaves us with the fourth function, which is standard of deferred payment, which is when you borrow money, how do you pay it back? And is the way that what you owe calculated, is it a strict interest system, which is not accountable to reality, or is it some other calculation that reflects the yield of what you have invested in and would be, reflective of reality? So setting a standard of deferred payment that is not absolute, has some conditions on it, and is not the US dollar is kind of the goal of the BRICS system. It's only that standard of deferred payment. They want to be writing their agreements with each other for payments in some other method than the US dollar. The other three functions of currency do not matter. So when you talk about currency, just talk about the standard of deferred payment only. Everything else doesn't matter anymore because we have integrated the world economy to the degree I can pretty much verify instantly that a payment has been made or not made, or that I have an asset being protected in my name or I don't, etc. So that's the first thing to understand about the current political moment where the BRICS is trying to create that standard. And as for what that standard is, you could advocate various things. I do not believe in commodity standards like gold for a number of good economic reasons. I tend to believe more in negative standards that have to do with things like ecological stability, or positive standards that have to do with things like lifespan, more abstract notions, as it were, of performance. So in other words, if you put in an investment and overall that investment causes people's lifespans to go up by 1 month across the planet, that probably would be a good thing. And we might like a system of economics that rewarded that, but we might not like a system of economics that simply rewards tearing down or blowing up ecosystems. That's as much as I want to say about economics in the abstract, but look specifically, guys were talking about the Roman Empire and so on. Look at the Roman Empire. It was a number of entities built that were conquered around the Mediterranean Sea, which provided a Roman protected, safe method of transport from port to port. So unlike a land empire like Genghis Khan had, or like the USSR, or like China, you did not have bandits lurking in every pass. You had a sea, and when there was a substantial interception ability of pirates, you could deal with it with a fleet. And sea travel, or sea transport actually, is much, much more efficient in energy terms. You can simply use the wind and sail across an ocean, whereas you have to use a substantial amount of human animal feed or fuel to go across land. So the interception is harder and the energy cost is lower. So a sea empire like the Roman Empire will always be a more functional way of doing things. And it's why the UK and then the US are the empire essentially in charge now, because sea travel is so much cheaper and so much easier to secure. And you get a whole bunch of questions like Alexander Dugin about why land empires like Russia or China or India have to have different types of more hierarchical or authoritarian structures just in order to hold together it all and deal with their higher transport costs. Why Africa is disadvantaged by the fact that it doesn't have navigable rivers, unlike the United States, it has only the Nile, whereas the US has the Mississippi that reaches through almost 2/3 of it. We can get all kinds of fundamental geoeconomics there, but we don't have to, to address the historical question now that has to do with Palestine and the struggle. Keep in mind that the rabbinical Jewish population was created out of the Jewish diaspora inside the Roman Empire, which is 10 or 20% of it. And they fundamentally served an important role in the Roman Empire because they were the only population that was universally literate. Like Jews all read the Torah and they are literate, men and women actually. And that's highly unusual in the ancient world. And it's in fact remains highly unusual into the 20th century. When the Bolshevik Revolution happens and two Ukraines split off, the Jewish population of Say Lvov is 100% literate and 100% numerate. Whereas you go just 5 miles outside into the countryside and the Ukrainian peasants are only 17% literate. So they are an absolutely disadvantaged class in any economic system. They would be the underclass regardless. So fundamentally, you're talking when you throw this racialized or religious nonsense into analysis, you're ignoring the core concepts, which are literacy and numeracy. Any population that was that literate and that numerate would have ended up systematically building up wealth and capitalism, at least amongst the upper families. So
Can we let one of the folks respond? We've had about 10 minutes.
so I'm gonna drop it there, but I'm
But
just again gonna
okay.
always hit on this racialized analysis and always point back to factors like literacy and numeracy
Okay.
as the reasons why somebody would rise in capitalism. I can show you other
Understood.
elites that do this in other empires.
But I
So real
wanted
quick,
to ask, I didn't get the answer really, Hubla. You said a lot of really useful and very nice information, actually. But the thing is where I wanted to come in is once again, you said it's a psychological thing, the store of value, when you were
No,
talking about that.
the unit of account is psychological. The store of value
Okay.
is what you buy and expect to hold value over time. The unit of account is how you talk about comparing values.
Yes. Yes. So what I'm saying is what if that psychological, how does that play into printing money? Is printing money psychological also?
Well, yes. If we are always keeping that particular currency in our wallet, always looking at it and always psychologically assessing how much money we have by looking at how many pictures of the Queen or of a president we have in our wallet, then that becomes the unit of account.
Yeah, but doesn't it lose its value because it's just being printed out?
No, not necessarily, because it's a psychological issue. I mean,
But I mean, how
ultimately,
does it
people
keep
have to
your
accept
trust?
currency because they believe it will be redeemable.
Exactly, it's your trust, right? So that's the thing. When it comes down, now that you know that something you trust in is being printed, so how can you have, basically any faith or any trust in it? And
Well,
that's what's
faith and
happening.
trust
That's
are
why
not
there
relevant
is.
words. What matters is collectability and tender. If I'm
Well, that's
carrying
the reason why digital currency came to be, right? Because it's trying to solve that issue.
No, it's not trying to solve that issue. It's really just trying to solve medium of exchange issues, which make transactions easily verifiable with what's called the distributed ledger. It solves that problem, and it doesn't really address the psychological issues of unit of account. It doesn't really address stores of value, except insofar as you can sort of use it to do things like blind credentials to prove that nobody is
It's
squatting on your
limited,
land
though.
or something.
It's limited. It's limited. There's only a limited supply of it. It's not something
Yeah,
you
no, you're
can.
talking specifically about Bitcoin there, which has a
Exactly.
strictly
Yeah.
fixed thing, right? But there's a number of problems with that, and one of the problems you're seeing is that Bitcoin actually is inherently inflexible, and there will not be enough of it, and it will not be fungible enough. And I honestly think it's just kind of a prototype that got out of control. I don't want to discuss cryptocurrency because honestly, I have a degree in mathematics. and I have direct experience working in financial risk management. And so literally any conversation we have about this, you're just not, I'm going to quickly get into terms you don't understand, and there's no point. What I can say quickly about
Okay.
cryptocurrency is it solves the medium of exchange problem, doesn't really solve the other problems directly. When you start looking into smart contracts, you can start solving store of value problems, but neither of these sets a standard of deferred payment or unit of account issue. Unit of account is solved by talking about value in different terms. Standard of deferred payment is caused by agreeing in contracts to pay in different terms.
Thank you very much, Hubley.
Thanks, Con. Hey, I wanted to ask a question to the group real quick, and that is this. Okay, so we heard different points of view. I think Kublai made it clear that he thinks that the argument that there are existing cleavages in society because of interest and usury and I don't know whatever those claims were. Is any of that true? Because I did have somebody do a summary one time. I read an article on the internet. Again, it is whatever it's worth. That was talking about the Schmittler background, and what I heard earlier is what was in that article, say that it was the negative impact on society economically. And yes, it was a capital-oriented system, but what he claimed was, as far as I understand it, was that, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree, I'm just putting it out there. He said that that was the driving force behind wanting to, change the demographics, for lack of a better term. But I don't know, how could not everybody's a banker. So if you have a culture, let's say with 500,000 people in a country, and let's say that 5% are bankers, which is probably sounds high, how could you then assign that to an entire people is my question. You want to answer that, Blah, or what do you think, Blah?
I think there's some people that want to talk as well. I don't know. I just wanted to give them a chance as well.
All right, Shaquille, do you want to answer? You want to cover that at all?
I didn't understand the question really.
Okay, let me try to
I'll get
repeat
it.
it best I can. Okay, thank you. This is a very, very, very sensitive issue, so I don't want to make it sound like I'm being, callous when I say this. I'm referring to an article that I read that somebody else claimed that the reason behind Schmittler's initial actions to deal with what he claimed to be the problem was that there was enough societal impact in a negative basis where wealth was being accumulated disproportionately and it was harming the ability of the economy to function properly in the early to mid 30s. And so when H guy came to power, he identified that and then wanted to do something about it. Now, I have no idea if that's verifiable. But the other thing is, the question is, what about all the fact that demographically, not everybody could be a part of that problem? Maybe a small percentage are business people who were doing those things, and maybe that was legitimately a problem. But how can you then identify a whole people as the problem versus the people that are doing those things? That's my question.
Oh,
I
let
give
me.
you a reference for that, and the reference for that would be John Kenneth Galbraith's book, Money, Whence It Came, Where It Went, which is, I think,
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I was muted again. Huba, I'm sorry to mute you. Can we give Sam a chance to say something? Because you've had most of the talk time this time. Sam, did you want to say something?
Yes, please. We cannot blame the whole people. It's not a matter of whole people. It's not the Jews. It's not the Jewish people. And it's nobody's blaming Jewish people who has common sense. The root of the problem is the interest. As the interest accumulates, it makes a certain and very small percentage, we are talking percentiles, of people very wealthy. And when it started very long time ago, when Christianity and Islam did not allow interest, and Jewish population by the Zionist side, which came from the certain place that I mentioned earlier, came into this system, giving out money, lending money with interest, which later on impacted the economy and obviously brought everybody down. Because you get exactly what's happening now in states. You have like very small percentage of very wealthy people against the people that are getting poorer and poorer and poorer and poorer. Basically, you have states that you're born in debt already because your federal government issues a bond to the Federal Reserve, which it doesn't control anymore, which is controlled by the Rothschilds. It issues a bond in your name now by 2 million. I think at your age, Chip, I think you were worth 1 million. Now it's $2
Can I?
million.
Can I? Let me ask you this though. This is a question. I think that the term that, correct me if I'm wrong, Kublai Khan. He said that it's basically some sort of racist nonsense. So, do you think that his assessment of what you had to say? Do you agree that it could be considered racist nonsense, or are you trying to differentiate somehow between a group against which there'd be racism versus the small subset who are creating an imbalance in the economy?
Well, I think it's very convenient to any hidden elite whose names you don't know if they can point to a group that is despised for some other reason, like not expecting Jesus or something, and point at them and smear them as the blame. They're the perfect people to use as frontmen. And I think historically in Europe, Catholic or basically unreligiously affiliated elites did in fact front. They would often borrow a lot of money from Jews and then create a persecution and ban them all from the country and just nullify their own debt. We know at least half a dozen cases of rulers doing this in Europe. In England they did it in the 1200s, and in France, and they did it in Italy. So this was a convenient thing ultimately for those Christian rulers in Europe, and so they had a lot to gain from keeping a certain undercurrent of anti-Jewish, anti-usury feeling there. They're happy to borrow, and then when they borrowed out beyond their means, they would just stir up hatred and make this happen. And the church itself criticizes this often in Germany and in other countries, saying you can't just borrow money from these people and break the usury rules and then just ban them. Like you actually find theologians complaining about this in, say, Germany. But this is just a kind of a vicious cycle of a people that's only sort of permitted certain roles in society, and then they get blamed for those roles because those roles are unpopular. It's like the Romans actually had Gallic and other northern slaves, and they said that they were, used them as basically prostitutes, and then they passed a law that said all slaves had to be blonde. So even if you were Roman, you had to dye your hair blonde to be a prostitute in ancient Rome. And so that's just a form of creating an impression that a certain race or a certain class of people is only good for one thing. And so this is a convenient way that European culture has commonly used to aggravate racialized differences and create underclasses that can be blamed for things when ultimately it's not them choosing to be in that category. Like it's not just the
Okay,
bankers that get ejected from England; it's all the Jews, right? That
let me ask some. So we have a few other. Let me get a different thought on that for a sec. So thank you for that, Con. So does anybody disagree with that? Listen, I'm just confused because my question would be this: I've read a lot about the historical persecution, and Con just gave a take on it. I don't fully understand. Not that I don't understand what he said. I don't fully comprehend how or why the leaders would conflate a small group of people who are doing things that might be economically unfair or harmful that end up having the culmination of wealth accumulation where the average citizen of the majority doesn't have the things that the minority does. Why would people conflate that with all Jewish people? If that's not the case, what's driving the hatred or the marginalization other than the church and the religion and Jesus? It doesn't sound like it could be for me. Maybe I'm wrong. It just doesn't sound quite right. What do you
Can
think,
I
sir?
weigh in, Chip? Because here's the thing.
Yeah, please.
When we talked about COVID, for example, when the times when it started off, this is the one thing. It comes back to that point where Donald Trump was like, when the reporter said, "Where do you think it is?" He's like, "It's a Chinese virus," and she's like, "Isn't that kind of racial?" And he answered back, he's like, "It started off in China, so it's a Chinese, virus." So
Hmm.
in that sense, that's the same thing. Once again, I bring up the Medici family because they're the first ones that came up with the concept. So that's the reason why people might attribute it to them. So did Italy at that time, and when they had enough of them, and the biggest borrowers back to those days in the Renaissance period in the 1700s was the papacy. And that's how they infiltrated the whole thing. That's how major works of arts were commissioned in order to increase power at that time, which was a sign of power, all these artworks. So yeah, basically that's the reason why people might say it came from them. And then eventually Florence did kick them all out, the Jews in general, and attributed that to them. That's what they did.
But
So
isn't that what's happening right now? Isn't that in a way what's happening right now? If you look at like all the major corporations in the world and track the backgrounds and ownership,
absolutely. Belfort is
yeah,
is another attempt at it. That's the thing. So
yeah,
let's get rid of
yeah,
them, put them
yeah.
someplace else. Except
Is it okay? Real quick question, and we're going to let District Soldier come in 1 sec. My question is this: we're kind of fast forwarding to modern times, obviously, but Kanye West said some very controversial things, which got him in a lot of trouble. What I saw of him, forget about what he said for a second. What he showed, he held his phone up to somebody else's camera. There was a spreadsheet.
Facts.
And again, I'm not saying this from the standpoint of being mean or cruel. I swear, it's just that he showed in red the executive structure of like the top 5 or 6 media companies or artists or whoever it was,
You
and it
don't have
showed
to
that a
go
lot
to
of the
the media
executive.
companies. It's like every company
Hold on,
basically.
hold on. Let me finish the thought, and then I'll happily hear
Sorry.
responses. We're going to bring in District Soldier for this, or if he wants to talk about something else. But it's a curiosity. It's not because I'm trying to do it from a period of hate. If this was Ethiopians or Danish people, I would have the same question. If there's, I don't know, like 75% or 80% of all the major people who hold power or who have wealth in certain industries, that's just, in my opinion, that's notable. And as Michael Rappaport said, he addressed this. He said, this is Michael's words. Yeah, we control the media because we're that good. That's what he said. So is it that people are just talented and they rise through the ranks? Is it networking? Is there something more at work? What do you think, District Soldier?
Oh man, good question. Kanye, what he was presenting was facts, but the way he said it and it articulated itself, it came off wrong. It came off wrong, and it rubbed people the wrong way even to where like people of my kind, you know what I'm saying, my color skin, my Semitic color, um, they took it like he was tripping on drugs, on, you know what I'm saying, needs some medication or something. But it was facts though, because if you look at it, it's the truth. It's the truth, and no, it's the hard facts truth. It got to, it won't it won't be addressed. It won't. That problem will never solve. Won't be never solved until they fess up and tell the truth and start like we got veterans that fought wars for years and wars that's homeless on the streets. That what does that say? $20 million to end homelessness in the United States. 20 million. That's all. And they spend hundreds of $1 million on wars. So where is the priorities at, man? So all that.
Yeah, just let you know, I heard the number is 6 billion, but still, that's a small
Yeah,
amount for
that's
the
still
Ukraine
small.
homeless.
They give that they give that skip to them every year, and they got free health care. They got free. Come on, man, it ain't fair. And I don't see none of them giving back to the community where I'm from, or no, none of them. So it got to be addressed. They can like it or hate it, man. It is facts, cold hard facts, cold hard facts.
Yeah, and this is called, some things are math, and it doesn't necessarily mean that anybody who's pointing out the math has ill intent. And let's say, for example, and I did a video about this, it actually got a little bit of feedback that was negative, but it's not me trying to be mean about it. And like I said, if you substitute any other group, it's just the same analysis or same observation. So, for example, if the numerical population of one particular group is, let's say, 17 million people or whatever the number is worldwide, we have 8 billion people on the planet, 330 million in the United States, and I don't know how many people out of that group, I'm thinking about 9 or maybe 9 million or so live in the United States that happen to identify as Jewish. And if any one group of people has a very minute fraction of any population, but they have an inordinate amount of power and wealth, I think it's noteworthy to look at that, and you have to ask why and how did it become that way. And just analyzing it surely shouldn't be considered to be ill will or malintent. And people look at it that way, and I've been accused of all sorts of horrible names and stuff for even bringing this up. Why is it that certain subjects are taboo in society, even though they're mathematically accurate? Anybody?
I want to hear from my guy who was justifying it.
Because most people don't do math right. I mean, most people do what they call common sense, which is to say nonsense that they heard from somebody else and happens to be popular in their personal circle. They don't do real statistical analysis. even people who are trained in mathematics need to do an awful lot of work verifying and peer reviewing before they can come to a proper statistical conclusion and make a statistical assertion. The average person can barely add. So no, you can't allow people to just, throw out numbers like Kanye West has no particular way to assess the significance of a statistic. I mean, he could quote somebody who does, but
It's
he
not
wouldn't
just
know who to
Kanye
quote.
West. There has been many studies and many other people. Just recently, all the medias, all the governments, you can track them back to Zionists. It's easy.
You
They
know,
say it
I
to you.
tell you,
They say
you
it
know
to
what?
your face. You say, if I'm
They
not a
do. They openly
Zionist,
talk about it. They
If there's
openly.
a if there's
Sorry.
a clique that has to identify a certain
Hold
way
on.
to each
We
other,
got it.
fine,
We
there
got to
is.
go.
But
Just real quick, guys. Real quick. We have to go one at a time. So let me just do the batting order. How about that? So let's do this.
Can I just
Khan, I
jump in
want.
because I've got to
Well,
jump in the car.
well, you will. Just give me 10 seconds. I want a quick answer from Hublai, yes or no. Do you think that the assessment that Kanye West was mathematically accurate or was it inaccurate? You don't have to give any more nuance, just yes or no.
I'm going to have to pass because I'm not actually aware of what he said, and I really
Okay,
will
fair enough. Fair
never
enough.
care.
That's fair. Okay, so Shaquille, you want to say something? You have to leave.
Yeah, yeah. It's all right. I'm just going to be jumping in the car shortly, and then I'll have very weak signal. So, you know what it is. The issue is this, because Hublai Khan was saying, well, we can't say Jews, etc. Here's where it is at. It's organized Jewry. There is a concerted effort of infiltration and securing positions, etc. And we see this with the two documentaries called The Lobby. One is the UK lobby, and one is for the American. And the Zionist Jewish lobby, they campaigned vigorously and got the American one shut down, so it never got broadcast. But you can still
they
find it
campaign around the world.
yeah, and they did, but the UK lobby one that got totally exposed, and they openly speak about their full spectrum control of the UK, their infiltration into the civil service, the governments, the education system, the legal system. They remove who they wish. They appoint the people who are in senior positions in education, in finance. So I'll give you an example. The Ivy League universities, highly overrepresented. We've got this concept that the Jews are brighter than everybody else. That's bullshit. They're no brighter than anybody else. What they do, what they have done is they've been doing gatekeeping. So
Exactly.
tests were done. Yeah, coming. Gatekeeping was done. Sorry, a test was done on this gatekeeping where people put the identical qualifications and experience down for the university applications. And on one, they would put down a Jewish name and all sorts of Jewish activism in their profile, and they'd get in with lesser qualifications over a non-Jew with better qualifications. And this happened repeatedly. For anybody who really wants to understand,
We can't hear you.
Oh,
all right,
okay, real quick. Sorry. Let me
famous.
finish. Sorry. I don't want this to become a piling on session or come across as that way. So what I do want to ask is if somebody makes an assertion like the one that Shaquille just made, please provide some sort of reference or study that maybe have been peer reviewed, because I don't want people to say things that aren't necessarily factually backed up. That's what I want to point out. Please continue, Shaquille.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't have access to the studies right now, but they were documented. In fact, one of the documentaries removed from YouTube because it's a nail on the head. But the two famous.
Well, more importantly, you made a claim that people who are being applicants for college were treated with favoritism because they sounded like their name was Jewish or they had involvement in Jewish activities. Is there any study to back that up so that we can, put a check in that box, or is that not something you know about as far as, that's an allegation but not exactly clarified through studies?
I actually read the document and I watched a YouTube documentary that showed the proof where in fact it was a Jewish student pretending to be a non-Jew. Okay, it was actually done by a Jewish student.
Can I ask you a huge favor, because those kind of things are very serious allegations and I don't want
Yeah,
that to go unchecked.
I
So
don't
here's
have
what I'd like to
access
ask
to
you
that
to do.
right now.
Well, no, in other words, that's okay. When you get access to it, because right now I want to put the kibosh on those things without specific evidence, because that's not fair. But what I would ask you to do is, if you have the evidence, if you can email it to me or send it to me on Telegram, my email's in my
Yeah,
bio
yeah.
as far as my link tree. Please do it. And until then, let's sideline that. Okay. What else do you want to talk about?
Okay, and then just the two final things. I suggest everybody listens and looks up Brendan Friedman Okay, he was a leading Zionist during World War One and all the way up to World War Two. He then changed his sides and he switched and he became a vigorous anti-Zionist. And he tells the truth about the whole, I mean, the whole project, okay, and the takeover. And then also Myron Fagan, again, another leading American industrialist and speaker and politician, who spoke very, very similar to Brendan Friedman. So these are
Okay.
people that you really, really need to look at. These are speeches from the 1960s. Both are famous, and there were recordings of those sent out. You can actually still find it on YouTube. Very difficult. You have to dig deep, but you'll find them on
Okay.
Rumble and BitChute. More anything that you can't find on YouTube, because in more recent years, they've been actively attacking anything that exposes the truth, basically. But yeah,
I
thank
just
you.
Okay.
listened
All
last
right.
night to the
Let's let
Brendan
let's
Friedman
let
talk,
That's
actually, in
understood.
depth,
Hey,
all of it.
yeah. Let's let Khan. Let's let real quick. Let's let Khan reply, and then we'll go to Bayou Part and then District Soldier. Please continue.
Well, first, I'm going to recommend that if you see something that you think includes a statistic, leave it there with the source. Like the film The Lobby by Al Jazeera is definitely worth watching. So is the Simone Zimmerman documentary Israelism, and on 1948, the Tentura
Yeah.
documentary, and there's quite a few really good resources you can watch, and I would suggest that if you just went to the comments on the Gray Zone, you'd probably find a whole lot more recommendations. So go right
Yeah.
to the source, especially on statistical claims. Trying to characterize them is a really bad idea because you'll misstate what the statistics actually prove. As to the Brendan Friedman comment, I actually listened to the entire Brendan Friedman speech last night, and there were some, I would say, severe logical contradictions in what he was saying, but I don't think they were deceitful. I think he believed what he was saying. The three allegations that Friedman makes that require historical examination, I'm not going to say I agree with them, but they require historical examination, is Friedman asserts that it is an alliance of uh, Zionist bankers in the US and the UK who arranged for the United States to enter World War I and save Britain from the stalemate and win decisively against Germany, and that's what coerces Balfour, who is an extreme anti-Jewish Christian, to sign the Balfour Agreement. And Balfour very much resents this, continues to make anti-Jewish statements, and somehow has signed this document. Now, trying to make good on that document takes another 30 years because he didn't really want to sign it, but essentially was coerced into it by a banking consortium, and that this also, again, according to Friedman, this is a very extreme view that I'm not going to say I agree with, but that German Zionists, German Jews were involved in this as well because they saw their real enemy as the Russians. That theory actually doesn't hold water for a number of reasons, the German involvement, but for various reasons this was believed in Germany, and this is factually true, and my source for that is John Kenneth Galbraith in Money, Whence It Came, Where It Went, that basically the stab in the back theory that Hitler uses, or Schmittler uses to a great advantage to argue that it was this population that arranged Germany's defeat in World War I, and that essentially they're internationalists, they're not nationalists, they can't be trusted, they're not really Germans, etc., and that this rhetoric is helpful in him building his party and his movement, as is the rhetoric that essentially that a Jewish elite is responsible for Bolshevism. Of course, there are Jewish bankers also, so you've got people on both sides, and there are Jews in every Democratic party also. So essentially, again, because they're the literate, numerate population, they're more involved in these things. But this is how extreme anti-Jewish feeling builds up in Germany and Eastern Europe, is the idea that they're responsible for the fall of the empires and the chaos and the wars that continue from 1917 to 23, resulting ultimately in the rather extreme hatred shown especially by the Ukrainians, the Hungarians, and the Romanians, who are the frontline troops that carry out the Holocaust bullets in 1941. So you can argue the Germans were quite low on the scale of how anti-Jewish they were. The population was very integrated. Ultimately, the Zionists and the Nazis even signed an agreement called the Havara Agreement to try to deport Jews from Europe without killing anybody. That fails after France falls, and they can't deport anyone to Madagascar, which is the final one of a series of plans. And it's to satisfy the Ukrainians, the Hungarians, and Romanians who are rabidly anti-Jewish. It's the Romanians that slaughtered the Jews of Odessa. It's the Ukrainians that slaughtered the Jews of Lvov. It's the Baltics that slaughtered the Jews there. And again, all because of this rhetoric that they're responsible for communism, for Bolshevism. And Churchill even reinforces that rhetoric. He writes an article called Zionism versus Communism, the future of the Jewish soul or something. He really reinforces this idea that every Jew is either a Zionist or a communist. It's very, very destructive to their cause and survival. So essentially this history that Friedman lays out is controversial because he asserts this stab in the back theory is real. And he also asserts, similarly to some other arguments here, that it is a series of Ashkenazim converts. He never says Ashkenazim. He never refers to anything like the modern concept of Levantine DNA and Natufian culture are the terms you should use if you're talking science. If you say Khazar or Semite, you are not talking science. That's not scientific terminology. That's an attempt to create an artificial bad guy and an artificial good guy. But Levantine DNA exists in certain strata all through the indigenous peoples of the Mideast, and the Natufian culture was there 15,000 years ago. So you can kind of tell racist discourse from non-racist discourse. The racist discourse wants to talk about Khazars and Semites. The non-racist discourse wants to talk about Natufians and Levantine DNA. And, you know, I really, really don't want to be in any conversation that is essentially asserting that some conspiracy based on a race or necessarily allied has created all these things that are inherent flaws of capitalism. There would always be some elite that would rise to the top. It would always disproportionately include some insider or connected group or other.
Let's
If you got rid of
let's do
one, there'd
this.
be another one.
Let's do this. Yeah, you made some amazing points and shared a lot of history. Let's let Bias Perch. I can't say the name properly. Let's let that
I'm
person
gonna
jump in.
drop for the day, and you know, this was a great conversation. I just want to dissociate myself from the racialized explanation for world events and associate myself much more with the hard left theory that this is all because capitalism enables concentrations of wealth that are untenable.
But I
Could
want
be. Yeah, thank you so much. You did a
to.
great job. I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Wow, you know, what a knowledgeable person who is very articulate and can really lay out encyclopedic type knowledge and statistical accuracies. I don't necessarily agree or disagree with his conclusion. All I know is that I think there are perhaps arguments to be made for both, although I don't have certainty on either front. I wish I did. Okay, we're going to go to Bias Pure. I'm sorry what the name is, please. You should be able to come. I'm off mic now. Are you there, Bias? Bias. Okay, Bias is not picking up. Let's do. Let's go back to District Soldier. Then we'll go to Blanche and Shaquille's still here. Maybe we'll go to and then Sam.
98% of the politicians that APAC finance and fund wins, and out of those 98% of the politicians, all of them side with Israel. All of them, either good or bad. Even what's going on over there, and when the whole world acknowledges is wrong, my government is still acknowledging and funding that. I can't get over that. I cannot get over that. So on this fact, right, then it comes down to a thing like to where it's like people over here, like I'm a black man, so my people was waking up to and finding all this information is going on, and it's like ain't nobody. Why does all this time ain't nobody tell us the truth? Ain't nobody tell us the truth. Like everybody was lying to us until we found out and woke up and found out what was going on, and then everybody was mad. Like why would you be mad if we ain't supporting what's going over there? What's going over here in Gaza? Like why? I don't understand that. And it's all and it does comes down to race when it all goes down to it, because when it comes down to it, like that's our. I mean, we were stripped from our religion. We were stripped from everything, everything. And when we started finding out our essence of our religion, it's something like, oh, them folks got out. You know what I'm saying? They got our religion. And it's like, it's deep. It's deep. That's why I want to say something, man, like, come on back up, man, because he tried to get up, man. He need to explain this. He need to come up here and talk and explain himself, because they still see that they ain't played no part in the slave trade. And I'm like, oh, I see it in their
Do you
dictionary.
can I ask you one quick question, because you mentioned religion. I know Kyrie Irving, both for the pandemic and his refusal to accept the pharmaceutical interventions, as well as his belief in, I think he calls it the Black Israelite movement. I don't know the exact name. I apologize if I'm getting it wrong. Do you think that there is some credence to what he's saying? As far, there was a documentary that came out, right, that was very controversial. You want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, it was all facts. It was all facts. It was all facts, and that's why he was just trying to educate his people on who they are because we were stripped. They was kidnapping the kids. I'm from DC, but my grandmother came from Virginia, and that was the whole story going on from what I heard from when I was a little
Where
kid.
where did she come from? What did you just say?
Virginia, Lynchburg,
Oh,
between
the
Lynch.
state of Virginia. I thought you said the G. I didn't know what that
Yeah,
was.
my
Okay,
fault.
Virginia. Got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
Virginia. So it's deep. It's real deep, and it's like ain't nobody like they refuse to tell us the truth. But when we start finding out the truth, it's like they don't want to admit it, and it's hard. It's hard for my people to be like, hold up, what's going on? We know what's going on now. They still ain't telling the truth, and then it's systematically when we try to that's like 1800 to 1891. They say the Great Fires all throughout America. You remember that, Skip? You know about that?
Yeah, I've heard of those.
Yeah, the Great Fires, right? And if you look at it, it's all BS excuses why it started. But the whole time after that, right there, it was the same thing. They trying to cover up their tracks. We had Black Wall Street when we was thriving. We had Black Wall Street. We was thriving as a community. And every time we get ahead, that was the first time Black Wall Street got bombed. Got literally bombed. So at night, so after that, like almost 100 years of ethnic cleansing, what was it? 1892 came the migration, the Great Migration from Europe. Call these are facts, cold hard facts, and they start selling off the land. They start selling off the land, and here comes the Jim Crow era and everything. But they don't want to accept the truth. They don't want to, man. You know what I'm saying? We still, hey, look, they offered us 40 acres in the middle a long time ago, and we still looking for it. I'm like, we don't want no reparations no more. We want our land back. So it's hard. It's hard. The same thing that's going over in Gaza right now, they did that to us over here. So it's hard, man. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? It's hard. So all that
I
we were
understand.
talking about, all that got when he was talking, that good talking, and we ain't trying to hear that no more. They got to come up and fess up to the truth.
What about the fact that have you read Howard Zinn's The History of the United States that covers a lot of the ground that isn't covered in the typical history textbooks for the United States?
I'm into I'm reading right now. It's in the Library of Congress. The history of ancient America and the identity of the Aboriginals and Israelites and Tartarians. That's what I'm in right now,
Okay.
it was shocking to me to find out that it was a survey and a report done telling people that the theory that Columbus came up with was wrong, and ain't nobody still ain't trying to talk about it. I'm like, man, it's systematically, it's system. You know what I'm saying? Who the ones getting the press? Man, it's
Yeah, we got
hard.
to remember that the history of the entire Americas, right? Because Christopher Columbus did not land in actually North America,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah. Yeah, he
it's
supposed he
the
got
history.
lost. He got lost because he know how to navigate the stars like the Moors did.
Well,
See, the Moors came over here because we used to trade with them. Our ancestors used to trade
well,
with
okay,
them.
let me make this one point, and then I'll happily. So my point I was trying to make was that history, according to the European writers of history, began when quote unquote Columbus discovered what he called the New World. But that's not true. There were plenty of human beings living in the New World, and their history is just as vital as any European. In fact, I would say more so because they weren't doing the crazy stuff that Europeans were doing. Real quick, District Soldier, if you want to have about 30 more seconds, we have to give another chance to, I think, Bios Future, and then we'll try Blah and Sam.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact, man. They just got to stop doing what they doing, man. See, religion has separated. Religion is the main port of all these wars, and to hear out of a rabbi mouth saying that black people aren't allowed in heaven, it shocked me. It shocked me. So that's why I want to get him to understand, get up here and answer that, because he justifying all this stuff. Man, I want him to answer that. Where you go? Mute it, man.
Thank you. Let's let Kaiaspor come up, or Kaius Future. I don't know what they say if they're still here. I just gave you a mic request, and then if you don't come up this time, I'm going to have to take you down, and then we'll give Blah and Sam a chance. Okay, Biosport, if you want to come back in, right now we're not able to connect with you. I'm not sure why. Blah, what would you have to say about this? Do you believe that the history as it's told right now is inaccurate? It's misleading, that it does not include the origins of certain people who believe they're the original Israelites? And is it possible that what Khan said about it being chalked up solely to capitalism is incorrect? And then one last thing, I know it's covered a lot of ground. Do you believe it's all about religion, or is it a combination of settler colonialism and maybe some religion mixed in, or ethnicity? What do you think about those things?
Wow, okay, that's quite a handful, but I'll
Lot
try
to
one
chew
by
on.
one. Yeah, first of all, history is written by the victors. I mean, I truly am a firm believer of that. I can see it everywhere. It seems to be a pattern with humanity when it comes down to writing down history. So yes, I believe it's as far as that's concerned, yes. Um, another thing would be, sorry, I'm forgetting the questions again. Once again, yeah, I don't think it's attributed to religion. Once again, it's when one ideology, I'd like to call it, overlaps with another ideology. That's where the clash happens.
Okay.
Basically, as long as you're not incumbing upon anybody else's, sovereignty or their way, their liberties, then you're fine. So as far as that's concerned, yeah, I mean, another thing I wanted to continue on, once again, when it comes down to the store of value. Sorry, I don't mean to switch the subject once again, but I didn't get the chance to talk at the time. Another interesting industry would,
Can
yeah.
one of the questions that you forgot, one of the arguments that was made by Khan, and I'm still not clear on this. Do you think his argument that it was simply just the fact that capitalism in its random way plays out so that certain people emerge to the top, or do you believe there's something other than that involved, or maybe both?
Well, once again, like I said, it's because of the origins of the whole concept, right? Of time value of money and whatever you want to call it, the banking system, the initial banking system that came up from the Medici family. Once again, so that's another reason why historically it's been attributed to them. And also, I mean, if you look at other industries other than media, you look at the diamond industry. I mean, I've mentioned a couple of times the beers. I mean, if you look at that industry, it will tell you a lot about how people are perceiving value. I mean, now they've come pretty close to actually making fake diamonds. I mean, that almost have the same impurities as a real natural diamond would be. And there's a really interesting documentary I watched the other day on Netflix, and it was really, really eye-opening, because when it comes down to it, these days, there's no way you can actually tell the difference between a real diamond and a fake diamond. And China is covering ground on that technology quite fast. And they might, I mean, if you look at that, it will go to show you that actually it's what we believe in as humanity, or put trust in, just like Khan said at the time. That's what gives something value. But then again, if you're printing out something, once again, just like in the diamond industry, you're printing out diamonds now. They don't have to be natural anymore. Then why would it still retain its value? Still, in this day and age, they've actually cracked that equation. However, still the value of diamonds are maintaining as a store of value. So I mean, that puts it all in a nutshell, basically, of how currency or hold store of value is working with these type of resources. So yes, I mean, I just wanted to mention that, but I didn't get the chance to ask Khan about that. But I don't think it's safe. It's something that has to have a limit. It has to have a cap. It can't be something you just print out. Otherwise, you and me, which is what's happening. I mean, that's literally what's happening, and that's why cryptocurrency is coming up, trying to solve these all different, cracks, if you will, of the current banking system. Well, not banking system. Once again, currency. So yes, I wanted to just say that and see what if you have any 2 cents to add to that.
Yeah, I got it,
I
Coach.
want to let
Can
I
I
want to
say
let
something real quick?
well let me let Sam come in first because Sam hasn't had a chance, and then we'll go to you, District. Sam, are you still into the game here?
Yes, I'm here. All right,
Okay.
I'm going to be again a little bit deeper than that, just to get the perspective for you, because like it's been happening for like centuries, yeah, and it's a thing of it's a game of divide and win, divide and conquer, and the players gotten very very good at it. So they divide by religion, then they divide you within the religion, the different sects, then they divide you within the different teams, within the players, different colors and different else. So you get divided basically. That's the game. They want everybody not together. They want everybody not individual. They want them individualized. Yeah, they want them separated.
Who's they you're
I
referring to?
will tell you
Who
in
is
a
they?
second. I will tell you in a second. I will tell you in a second. Because your question was
Yep.
whether the capital is the question that pulls, let's say, Zionists by the ears and tells this is the guilty party. This is what I'm trying to explain. Yeah. So the players are basically at the same time Zionists, because let me just give you a simple example. You look at the percentage of Jewish people, and I'm not saying all Zionists are Jewish, and you don't have to be Jewish to be Zionist. So basically, what I'm saying is, you look at the percentage of Jewish people, and you look at the proportion of the big companies and the number of positions, it should be proportionate to the proportion of the population they take, which is around 10%, let's say. And we are talking about the companies where the Jewish presence is around 80 to 90, somewhere to 97, somewhere even going to 99%.
Let me give you one. It's much less than 10%. It's probably less than 1.5
Yes,
or one
well,
third
it
of
doesn't
1%.
matter. I gave it 10%. I'm just giving you the difference of the scale. If you look at it, so that's a small, very, very small percentage of the population in comparison in the percentage of the number of positions taken by this population. So there is clear evidence for you right in your face. You don't have to like dig very deep. But if we want to go back in history, I can drive you right through the past 2,000 years, because it's been happening all the way through.
Do you believe it's racist to analyze what you just said?
I don't
in
think
that
it's
manner, or do you
racist.
think
I don't think
just
it's
a judgment?
racist.
Okay.
I don't think it's racist. I don't think it has anything to do with religion, because it's nothing against Jews. You don't understand, because these people have hijacked other people's religion. And this is how they operate, because they hijack stuff. They hijack countries, they hijack houses, they hijack people's gardens, they hijack people's furniture. That's how they operate. They hijack people's wealth. That's what they do.
Industries as well.
That's exactly. That's because that's what happens at the end. Very small percentage of the people have the money. The rest of the population becomes expendable, becomes the burden, and they want to get rid of it. And that's what's happening with the World Economic Forum and the Agenda 2030. And if you look at it, they tell you in your face, if you look at the agenda, they want by 2030 population level down to 500 million. Can you accept that kind of agenda? I don't think so. You're muted again, Mike. Mike.
Yeah, we're gonna finish up with blah, and then that's gonna be it for today because I've been on for 4 hours.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, I mean, there's to answer one of your questions as well. I mean, I think it's not just one industry or one element that is contributing to to all this chaos. I mean, it's whoever's controlling the power sources, like whether it be economics, whether it be an industry, the media, whether it be the diamond industry, whether it be the petroleum industry, all these, I mean, main, if you will, veins, I feel, for countries and civilizations to keep on working till now, until there's renewable energy. I mean, I feel like somebody's got his hands around. I mean, we should be analyzing who has their hands around those necks, you know, to figure out what's going on and you know how this agenda is coming to be. And yes, I believe the Zionists are. I mean, it's not a religion. Once again, I call it an ideology. It is an ideology, and there's nothing racial about that. But the thing is once again, just like Sam said, a certain group of people did hijack that industry. I mean, another thing is families, Jewish families as well. The last family name is usually attributed, just like Arabs as well, share that same characteristics, where the family name represents what that family does as a profession sometimes. Like the Cohens are in accounting. You know, they'd be attributed to the industry they're most popularly known as families. I mean, that's how families referred to each other. So, I mean, that's another reason why, and once again, it's historic. So that's the reason why it's attributed to that group of people. However, it doesn't mean that every other generation that comes afterwards has to carry the same burden or the same ideas or, you know, or. I mean, everybody has their own autonomy, has their own ideas, you know, and will live by them at the end of the day. And it will be accountable for whatever they do individually. So that's all I have to say about that. Yeah. Thank you, Chip.
Can I get 2 minutes, Skip? A minute? 2.
Thanks for everybody being here. I've been going out for 4 hours, so I do have some other stuff that I have to do. But I want to let people know really quickly. So if you've enjoyed the conversation, I wanted to tell you when the schedule is. So this is a little green placard is inside of my bio, my main page, which you can see. I go from Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, usually from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Today on the weekends, we can go a little longer sometimes, which is good. By the way, I want to make one more point about the conversation, and that is the U.S. has a central bank, as does England and other countries. But the United States Central Bank, which is probably the most powerful one in the world, is called the Federal Reserve. So it has the connotation that it's government operated. And while there is a board of governors that are appointed to serve as far as administering banking policy on the regional basis, the actual owners of the bank, it's a private bank that lends money into circulation as the lender of last resort. And right now it's creating a lot of what they call money printing, which means they're buying back US bonds that they themselves, you know, there's no money to back it up. There's no real value. It's just being heated into a system. So they get interest. The bank cartel that owns that Federal Reserve System, they get money for loaning that money. They get interest. And so therefore they make a ton of money. Now, who owns the Federal Reserve, right? That's the real question. It's not publicly acknowledged. There's a group of corporations and also individual families and owners, and we don't really know who's making all the money on our society. That doesn't seem right. Same thing with the London Central Bank. So these are concerns. We should have, in my opinion, a citizens bank that does all the lending as necessary for the society to function, and that interest should go to the society, not private people. That's my take. And I want to mention one thing. In that light, there's a candidate who I'm supporting for the U.S. Senate in the state of New York. Her name is Diane Sare. That's one of her key platforms, is to eliminate the Federal Reserve and have a citizens-owned bank. Right now, we're getting the credit card debt thrown on our credit card, and they're getting all the money out of it, which is terrible. So Diane's running, and she's, we need her support. It's Sare for Senate, Sare, F-O-R, Diane Sare is spelled S-A-R-E, for Senate. Go check her out. I think you'll like her. She's also a heavy peace candidate. So all these foreign wars we're fighting, including Israel, would go away if she had her way. So that's why I support her. Peace and sensible banking. I think those are two great things we need a lot better of. And then finally, I want to let you know, this has been recorded. So we've been going for 4 hours. If you came in late and want to check it out, go to my YouTube or my Rumble page. It'll be up probably sometime before the night's out. And if you don't know what Rumble is, Rumble's another version like YouTube. It's owned by a different company. You can find links to my YouTube and my Rumble in my main page. There's a little thing that says Linktree. And Linktree is a little link that just gives you a list of all my stuff. Instagram, YouTube, Rumble, etc. So at the bottom of that Linktree, if you so desire, if you're able to, I do this work independently. I spend about 20 or 25 hours a week doing these lives, about 100 hours a month. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time to do it. If you want to help out, I'm not doing this quote for the money, but like any human, I need basic amounts to survive. So if you want to chip in, that'd be great. There's a little $5 a month Patreon, which you can do, or other things we'll see. So I appreciate any support you want to give. It's, I can't do it without the audience. So and other good people too. So I'll be on again Monday night, and sometimes I do an impromptu on Sundays. So for anybody whose questions I did not answer, I apologize for that. And for those of you in the check boxes or the other panels, I'll have you back on first if you want to come back next time. So thanks for being here, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm out.